Good evening and welcome to the Council meeting for Monday, August 14th, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the National Anthem and a moment of reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor Phillips to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabeg peoples, many of whom continue to work and live here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Into the Mayor's report. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by acknowledging the events that took place at the last meeting of Council on July 24th. To say that tempers ran hot would probably be a bit of an understatement. It was an incredibly frustrating meeting for me to not be in attendance for, but many folks have reached out to state their opinions and how upset they were. I think a few things need to be acknowledged. First and foremost, Council has heard very clearly people's frustrations regarding taxes this year. While I can't speak for my colleagues, I know that I've personally spoken to residents who had questions, wanted to express their frustration, both in person and by phone. By and large, when residents get a full explanation of what decisions were made and why they were made, they accepted the reasoning, although many stated they still didn't like it and were not happy. This will, of course, be a topic of discussion later tonight, but I wanted to ensure from the outset that residents understood clearly that Council has heard them. Now, with that said, the conduct and lack of decorum at the last Council meeting last month was unacceptable. Council has rules and procedures that it follows at every meeting, and the vast majority of this Council has had countless opportunities to weigh in and change those rules and procedures multiple times during their many terms of Council. The rules exist for a reason, and while we may not like the outcome sometimes, that doesn't change our need to follow the rules so that everyone understands how Council is to function. One of the rules that has not been very well enforced in the past is with regards to outbursts from the gallery. Leeway has been given in the past, even though our rules say that there should be no outbursts. Given what happened at the last meeting, that rule needs to be enforced. The shouts and the threats that were leveled at councillors, absolutely unacceptable, and they can't be allowed to continue. Tonight, if there are outbursts from the gallery, the people engaged in the disruptive activity will be asked to leave. If they refuse, Council will be recessed until they leave. There is no place in this chamber for outbursts, for threats, for name-calling, and other disruptions. It doesn't matter what side of an argument you are on, and it doesn't matter if you are convinced that you are right. There's a level of decorum that is necessary in this chamber, And if a small few want to try and disrupt that decorum, we will halt until they leave. The business of council must continue, and none of us is so important that we should be putting up roadblocks to that work getting done. With all of that said, Councillor Garcia and I had discussed, and Councillor Phillips before him, about the possibility of moving the motion up this evening. We are going to bring the motion, Councillor Garcia and Councillor Kushner are moving, at the earliest possible moment. But it's important to note the reason why we can't bring it to the front of the meeting is because there are 2 reports that were asked for by council for this motion. If we don't deal with those reports first, we can't discuss them in the context of the motion. So in discussion with Councillor Garcia as well as with the Deputy Mayor earlier today, we are going to move the motion as close up the agenda as we can while still making sure that our rules are followed and that we can actually discuss the business that council and the community wants us to discuss. Moving on, there are some condolences that I would like to express. On behalf of council and city staff, I would like to extend condolences to the family, the friends, and the colleagues of retired Fire Captain Glenn Cookson. Glenn's career began in 1990 with the St. Catharines Fire Department, Local 485. He took great honor in becoming a captain in 2003. Thank you for the years of dedication and commitment you gave to serving our community. Flags at city facilities were lowered in his honor last week. I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Cookson at the beginning of my term of council, and I know he was beloved and respected by all of his colleagues in the St. Catharines Fire Department. Earlier this month, I joined the River Lions, players and staff from CRCS to once again refresh the mesh at 3 of our city parks. This partnership with the Niagara River Lions is a fantastic opportunity to spruce up the nets, which this year included Barley Drive Park, Glengarry Park, and Partridge Park. Thank you once again to the support of the River Lions, and thank you to the residents who happened to be playing in the park and were taken quite by surprise when several professional basketball players showed up to play around a basketball. While we're talking about the River Lions, I wanted to extend our congratulations to them on another great season. They finished the regular season 13-7 this year, captured the Eastern Conference's top seed, went to championship weekend with very high hopes. Unfortunately, they came up short in the semifinal, missing out by 3 points. However, they once again represented our city with class on and off the court. I want to give a special congrats to Khalil Ahmad for being named the Defensive Player of the Year, the Clutch Player of the Year, as well as being named to the All-CEBL First Team. Looking forward to next season. Earlier this month, I joined Ella Lego and residents from 14 Center Street at the Legion for Friday Fish Fry, that's branch 24. While there, I was honored to present Ella Lego with a congratulatory certificate to celebrate her completion of Brock University's first ever intergenerational community engaged residency program. Brock's ICER program rewards one student with an opportunity to spend a year living alongside older adults. Ella, a Master's of Gerontology student, applied to the program last year and was selected as its first recipient. In September of 2022, she moved into a 1-bedroom apartment in a Niagara Regional Housing building with more than 100 older tenants, where she created various programs like movie nights, cooking times, and outings, and became a neighbor and friend of the residents. I want to thank Ella, as well as Brock University and Niagara Regional Housing, for piloting this project and fostering an age-friendly community. And I can say the residents who live in the building where Ella worked were very sad to see her go, but excited to see the next ICER grad coming through. Last week, I also attended the General Motors Show and Shine and met the new plant director, Brian Webb. For more than 2 decades, GM St. Catharines has hosted Canada's largest GM-powered car show at McKinnon Park here in St. Catharines. The car show has developed into a more inclusive event for the plant and the community, displaying any vehicle powered by a GM engine and averaging 400 vehicles annually. They did set a record this year and actually ran out of registration spots. And the proceeds from the event go to the United Way, supporting more than 140 programs and initiatives that help vulnerable people in our community. Earlier this month, I also attended the annual Emancipation Day picnic hosted at Lakeside Park. And I want to say thank you to Erica Smith, Natasha Bell, and Jada Stainhouse, the co-founders of Matter of Black, for their coordination of the event. Lakeside Park has been the gathering place for many years for Black Canadians to celebrate the Emancipation Day picnic. I am proud of the efforts from Natasha, Erica, and Jada to shine a light on the rich history, culture, and achievements of members of our Black community. The event was also an opportunity to give homage to those who paved the way for emancipation, to celebrate with family, friends, and community, and to celebrate the Black community's integration into our own local neighborhood. Then on August 1st, I was honored to raise the Pan-African flag at City Hall in honor of Emancipation Day. August 1st marks the actual day in 1834 that the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 came into effect across the British Empire. Canadians are invited to reflect, educate, and engage in the ongoing fight against both anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism and discrimination. Emancipation Day celebrates the strength and perseverance of Black communities in Canada. Early last week, the Indigenous community leaders Fallon Farinacci and Cheyenne Jenkins organized a Search the Landfill solidarity event here at City Hall. I was joined by Councillor McPherson as we stood together with our Indigenous community here in Niagara and together stood in solidarity with the Winnipeg missing and murdered Indigenous women and their families and the broader Indigenous community as they demand a search of the Prairie Green landfill for the remains of Morgan Harris and Mercedes Myron. The call to search the landfill is being done to bring justice for the victims and dignity to their memories, as well as for their families and friends. Leadership is not hard, but it does mean making hard choices when needed to do the right thing. We join our voices to others across the land in calling on the Manitoba government to support the search of the Prairie Green landfill. On Friday afternoon, we raised the Terry Fox flag here at City Hall, commemorating the 43rd anniversary of Terry's Marathon of Hope. I want to thank Councillor Garcia and Councillor Dodge, along with MP Chris Biddle, as well as the group of dedicated volunteers that champion the St. Catharines Terry Fox Run for joining us to raise the flag. To date, over $850 million has been raised in 43 years in Terry's honor. And I hope you can join me as well as a number of other city councillors. I know Councillor Garcia is always there, and Councillor Williamson as well, always there in Port Dalhousie on September 17th to take part in this year's run. And you can head over to terryfox.ca to do the registration. In some less than stellar news, last week I had the pleasure of joining my council colleagues Matt Harris, Robin McPherson, Greg Miller, and Caleb Ratzlaff, along with CAO David Oakes and city staffer Will Bell as we took on the Niagara Regional Native Centre boys basketball team. As you can imagine, the youth prevailed despite the valiant effort from my teammates and our special neighborhood recruit, Leo, who was 6'5" and shot better than the rest of us combined. He scored, I think, almost all of our points. A great night of fun and friendship was had by all involved. And a special thanks to the Niagara River Lions for outfitting our team and for providing swag for the youth team. The following day, the Dream Team came together again, minus a bruised and battered Councillor Harris, who is happy to show you his hand and the bruising that took place. We tried to redeem ourselves in the 4th annual Manchester basketball tournament, where we took on teams from Manchester as well as teams from Niagara Regional Police and EMS. The big three of McPherson, Miller, and Ratzlaff joined forces with me and Will Bell again. However, our skills on the court did not materialize overnight, and the youth and young men from Manchester went on to defeat us and win the tournament. We did win one game against a group of very small children. We beat them by one. Did we win by 1 or 2 points? 2 points. I want to say we took it easy, but I know I was not taking it easy. They're just a lot better at it than I am. Over the years, though, this tournament has been built, and it builds important relationships and has enhanced the trust between the youth, the tenants of the Manchester community, and community leaders, and I was happy we can continue with this tradition again. And then finally, for me, this past weekend, I had the honor of presenting medals to the winning crews at the 139th Annual Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. This week-long event is a beloved tradition in our community, which attracts athletes and visitors from across North America and beyond. I also had the opportunity to be at the opening ceremonies, again with Councillors Garcia and Williamson. This year's event drew more than 2,200 athletes, as well as their family and friends, to our great city, and athletes from across the world. I believe we had our first teams from India this year compete. Really a fantastic event again this year, and I want to thank the Henley Rowing Committee and the many volunteers who made this great event possible. And with that, I will open the floor to my colleagues on council if they have anything they want to share. Just press your buttons, and I will start clicking you through. So I have Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Grantham Optimist Club on Dunwell Road is having a pasta fundraiser this Friday. There's 3 sittings, 5, 6:15, and 7:30, and it helps all the programs they do, such as softball. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Stevens.
I would just like to thank the community that came out. Grantham Lions Club had their 6th annual party in the park. It started out really rough there when we were setting up. The thunderstorms and everything came through, but the day turned out beautiful, and I think we had record crowds, so all that money goes back to the Lions Club and gives back into the community. And we also had a 50-50 that proceeds went to Autism Niagara, and that almost maxed out, and that was the highest 50-50 we've ever had there. So thanks to all the residents that came out and helped support that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Lindell.
I actually have 2. 41 years ago, Bruce Boudreau and Rocky Saganuk started a hockey school in St. Catharines, and as of last week, with almost 200 kids there, it's still running strong. The reason I bring it up is because there were people there from California, Massachusetts, BC, Ontario, Nova Scotia, Vermont, all over North America, and we got so many compliments about our arena and about how clean it was. And that's thanks to guys like Craig Wright, Chris Rudnick, Marlon Hooker, Rob Wilson, Shane Bath, Ian Pizzetti, and Stephen Mearns, who had to clean up little teeny tiny pieces of foil from Hershey's Kisses all week. And from the admin staff, Brooke Nicholson, Amanda Fleury, William Bell, Deanna Shakarov, Dustin Booth, and Debbie Tout, who helped every single person who came to their window and asked for help, gave them food choices, hotel choices, everything they could ask for. We have an amazing staff at that arena, and it was on display this weekend and this past week. Also, Labor Day, Christmas in Meriton, everyone is invited. We have the carnival, we have fireworks. We're still looking for donations, so anybody who wants to donate to the Meriton fireworks, you can make your checks payable to St. Catharines, City of St. Catharines-Meriton Fireworks. And of course, we have our Labor Day parade on the Monday, so I hope everyone can attend, and I look forward to seeing everyone there.
Thank you, Councillor. Very out of character for you to mention the Labor Day parade. Seems strange to me. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recently at the Mayor's Golf Tournament, you introduced a new fundraising initiative that the city is putting forward, and it was new to me, and I think council and the residents would like to find out exactly what SCORE entails. Could you tell us about that, please?
Happily, and I didn't plant this one.
No, you didn't.
So SCORE is, it's just, how do I put it? Mayor's Cisco's St. Catharines Outreach and Engagement Fund. And basically, the mayor's office has always engaged in a charity golf tournament. Those funds have been spread around the community to various and different organizations. When we were planning for the golf tournament this year, the thought was that golf is nice and it's a lot of fun, but it really only engages a segment of the community. There may be other opportunities, maybe to partner with school boards. And so we thought, rather than just calling it the Mayor's Charity Golf Tournament, we would create a fund around it and allow us to maybe do some more good. So that's what the Community Outreach and Engagement Fund is. It's private dollars being raised through charitable means, different events. I have a couple of ideas. I know my staff have a couple of ideas. A couple of councillors have approached me with a couple of ideas. So there are some things we'd like to do to be able to support the amazing work that goes on in the community. I will say some of the funds from this golf tournament have been accounted for. We will be making donations to Niagara Health System, to the Niagara Children's Center, to the Young Caregivers Association and Big Brothers Big Sisters of Niagara. But there are lots of opportunities, and if there are worthy organizations in the community, please feel free to contact my office. Brianne Whitty, my chief of staff, is actually the person who sort of takes in the applications. But we want to try and use the dollars to help as many groups as possible. The intention is not just large donations to the bigger groups that we all depend on. There are lots of small little groups around the community that do good work in small pockets that sometimes they don't need $10,000 or $20,000. They need $250 to be able to run a program for kids. So we want to make sure that that opportunity is there. My bias always skews towards young people, so if your organization is interested in accessing some of the dollars and you happen to work with children, that's the easiest way to my heartstrings, but we have a big committee of individuals who are helping out, and everybody has different heartstrings, so you could probably appeal to somebody on the committee quite easily. So feel free to reach out to the mayor's office about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anything else with respect to the mayor's report this evening? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
So the following amendments are being made to the agenda. First, the recommendation for Council Correspondence Report item 6.3 on the consent agenda is being revised to include a recommendation that Council endorse the submission of an application to Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's Housing Accelerator Fund. Approval of the correspondence report through the consent agenda would approve this recommendation to endorse the application. Councillor Miller has advised that he will be tabling item 10.3, motion on affordable housing, at a future meeting. Just to assist with the agenda, we're going to move item 10.2, motion about Councillor McPherson serving on FCM, to after 10.5. And then we have 3 items of additional correspondence. First is a confidential memo from the Deputy Clerk regarding recommended appointments to the Ontario Street Corridor Secondary Plan Neighbourhood Advisory Committee. The second is a memo from the CAO regarding an application to CMHC's Housing Accelerator Fund. And the third is correspondence from Dan McKnight regarding item 9.2, report request as to how significant funds can be saved in the budget to maximize tax reduction in this year's tax cycle and available options to provide relief.
Can I have a motion to adopt the, Councillor Harris? Sorry. Is that you wanted to endorse a piece? We'll get to that. Not at this stage. And then Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to also mention earlier today we did send out, I worked on a Greenbelt Auditor General's motion with Councillor Lindell. We're going to be tabling that at a later meeting and making that a notice of motion. We will not be asking to waive the rules today to consider it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council held on July 24th, 2023. Can I have a motion to adopt the minutes? Councillor McPherson, seconder Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, and just as a reminder, if councillors do decide they have a pecuniary interest, they're required to submit written statements of declarations via the online form. Now we move on to the consent reports. The council approved the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Councillor Harris has asked to endorse sub-item 7 from council correspondence. And if you, all right. Just give me 1 second. All right, Councillor, press your button. If you wanted to give a brief explanation of that.
Not really. I believe you've already endorsed it, or you've already sent a letter off, and I just thought we would support the region's correspondence.
With respect to Ontario's wine industry?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull and endorse sub-item under consent 1, the resolution from the municipality of Wawa requesting the Government of Ontario maintain OHIP coverage for those with chronic pain treatments. I think that it's something that under OHIP should be covered, and would like to have council pull and endorse and send a letter of support to Wawa on this. Thank you.
Okay, so that's an endorsement of sub-item number 1. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull correspondence number 5 from the Niagara Escarpment Biosphere Network regarding support for the continuation of UNESCO Biosphere designation, and I'd like that to come back to the next meeting, if I could have that.
So pull and refer to the next meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then also, I'd like to endorse number 6 as well. And that's correspondence from the Niagara Region Proposed Provincial Planning Statement, Natural Heritage Policies.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So we are pulling and endorsing 1, 6, and 7, and referring item 5 under correspondence. So with all of that done, do I have a mover of the consent agenda? Councillor Garcia. I will look to the clerk.
So tonight's consent agenda includes item 6.1, Planning and Building Services, the creation of administrative penalties for violations of various city bylaws. This will set a public meeting for September 11th. Item 6.2, Financial Management Service, 2024 to 2026, Schedule of Rates and Fees, Cemetery Amendments. Item 6.3, Legal and Clerks Services, Council Correspondence, save and accept items 1, 6, 7, which will be endorsed, and item 5 will come back at the future meeting. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes?
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to number 7, there are no public meetings. Number 8, there are no presentations. So we'll move into the discussion agenda, and item 9.1, the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer and the 2024 budget process. Before we discuss the report, I will look to Dave Oakes, the Chief Administrative Officer, to provide opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is in response to the request that was made at the last council meeting, just looking at ways where we could improve the budget process to allow a stronger alignment with what's happening at the regional level when they're developing their budget and when we at the municipality are developing our budget. So the report really identifies the process we undertook in 2022 for the 2023 budget. And then what we've done is we've taken the schedule, the regional budget schedule for the 2024 budget in 2023, apologies, and then overlaid our municipal budget. And what we've been able to show is traditionally we had tabled the municipal budget in the year prior, the December prior to the budget year. What we're going to do and what we're proposing to do is the regional process has started, essentially started a week and a half ago, and they are scheduled to have their budget deliberations completed December 14th, give or take, of 2023. We will, as we move through our process at the city, we're going to be having our traditional budget standing committee meetings. We're going to prepare all of our operating budgets, but the idea is the actual draft budget won't be discussed until January, February of 2024 to allow, we'll have a better line of sight what's happening at the regional level. At the same time, we've incorporated a significant more number of public open houses. We have telephone town halls, I believe 2 scheduled, as well as an integration, what we discussed a few months ago with some strategic planning that this council wants to have. We're incorporating that into the process as well. So what we've tried to identify in this process moving forward is to have a stronger alignment with the regional process and ours, and at the same time building in more opportunity for council to have input into the budget and have questions and workshops. And we know there's a lot of complexity, there's a lot of budgets, there's a lot of numbers, there's a lot of services that are incorporated into the city budget, and the same holds true for the region. And what we're trying to do and what this report's identified is how do we best lay it out in a way that at least allows this council to have a better sense of where the region is, and when we do the budget deliberations, the public will have a better sense of where things stand. The previous budget, there was that delay in the municipal budget and the regional budget approval, which caused some concerns in the community. We heard that loud and clear. And this is really an attempt to better bridge and have a better line of sight on what's happening at both levels of government. We're complementing that with continuing our discussions between the city and regional staff at the CAO level, as well as the treasurer level across all of our different areas. So the intent is really to be able to have as much information in front of council as possible going forward.
All right, before discussion, Councillor Harris, this was your request, so moving? Okay. I just needed a yes. You're the mover. Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Townsend? Okay. So, speakers to the motion, I have Councillor Williamson and then Councillor Garcia.
Thank you. Hopefully this is a step in the right direction. It seems like there's a lot of emphasis in recent years over urgency of getting the budget done quickly. I think sometimes you sacrifice doing the due diligence and the thoroughness. So I think it's a good idea to hold this off until we have all the information from all the sources, including the region. And of course, process is one part of decision-making. The actual ultimate votes on and decision-making is what really matters, but I'm supportive of the recommendation as in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO, really appreciate the report. As everybody knows, in this chamber anyway, this year we ended up in a panic because the region delayed deciding what their increase was going to be, even though we presumably knew what our expenses were long before. So no need to take action now, but if we get to that stage and we see any delays, I will ask at the Budget Committee that maybe staff can come up with 2 or 3 scenarios in terms of what would happen based on what we have if the region comes in here, or there, so that, because what happened this year, as we know, is all of a sudden we were confronted with this massive tax increase and told that we got to decide, like, approve it like today, because otherwise there is no time to send tax bills and so on. So important that, that we give ourselves enough time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just point out at the first budget meeting, the budget chair at the region pointed out or stated that if need be, they would extend into January and they would go as long as possible. I've already made it clear to my colleagues on regional council that's absolutely unacceptable, that the rest of the region can't wait while the region of Niagara tries to decide how much money it wants to spend, that they should probably just do the hard work the way everybody else does and get their budget completed on time. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. It was a good report. I'm just wondering, like, the logistics. You said you're going to meet regularly with the CAOs and the treasurer is going to meet regularly with the staff of the region. What does that actually look like, and how is that actually going to come back to council or come back to the budget committee? Because it sounds nice, but I just want to know what the theory behind it is.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have regular quarterly meetings with the CAOs across all municipalities, including the region. We also schedule every 2 weeks telephone calls amongst. The idea and the notion, and the same holds true for the treasurers, they meet quarterly. The idea and the intent of what we're proposing is just having more budget-specific conversations at both levels between St. Catharines and Niagara in particular. To be honest with you, haven't contemplated how to report that back through council, but that would be something that we could bring through the budget standing committee.
So it would come back like regularly. I envision regularly coming back to the budget committee. That would make sense.
Yes, we could have a standing item that would give some updates.
So
yes,
we're agreeing that that would?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just echoing what my colleagues have said, certainly a step in the right direction. We don't want to be caught off guard with the regional increase. I know the early deliberations up at the region did come in at a near 10% tax increase. Let's hope that comes down to a near zero for next year. But I think it's going to be important that the region gets their budget in order, and then the City of St. Catharines can address any needs that we need to focus on for next tax year. Thank you.
Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Oakes. In the past, the Budget Standing Committee has met early in the year for very early deliberations, excuse me, and then we've met as a committee of the whole. Now we're halfway through the year to the point where those Budget Standing Committee meetings wouldn't exist, and we would be moving into committee of the whole. Is your plan to have us go right to committee of the whole without budget standing committee, or are we going to have a couple budget standing committee meetings and then open it up to the committee of the whole?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the next budget standing committee scheduled in September, I believe, is the last meeting as the budget standing committee. Every meeting beyond that will be committee of the whole, so it will include all of council. That's included in the proposal, yeah. So essentially, all of the budget meetings will be committees of the whole after the September 6th meeting.
Great, that's good news. I think it's very important this year, especially that everybody's involved in budget deliberations to the end.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if there would be possibility of early budget approval for special projects or emergency things that could come up before we actually meet.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are you referencing for projects in 2024?
Yeah, in the upcoming budgets, would we be able to still do?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we did that. We used to have the early, if that's what you're referencing.
Yes.
I think the intent, and maybe I'll defer to our treasurer, is to be able to still have the budget approved in January, February, which would still allow us the time to do the early tendering. If we did, in fact, have an emergency project that we had to do, we would come for early budget approval, but I'll defer to the treasurer. Christine, if you have anything.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. The CAO is correct, and that is our plan for the upcoming budget.
Okay, thank you.
I think on that piece, and you raise a very good point, Councillor Dodge, the key to remember is when we used to do early budget approval, we were passing our operating budget in March or April at that time. And so several months of the year, including the prime, I think it was Mr. Dillon who said the prime tender season was earlier than that. So with the timeline that's been proposed, I think we still are meeting that prime tendering season, but it's good note, and I know staff will happily bring forward anything that needs to be dealt with immediately so that we don't miss the opportunities. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is with respect to the comment at the end of your report that an insert could be included in the 2024 tax levy, how the tax mitigation funds are used to mitigate the tax bills. Now, when you say how the funds are to be used, do you talk about the extent of the funds as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's still to be determined, Councillor. So I think the intent would be, we want to be as transparent and upfront in how the mitigation efforts would be handled. So what that looks like specifically, once we get closer, I think that's, the intent would be to include as much information as possible.
Okay, and also with the tax mitigation funds, in allocating the funds, will there be a staff recommendation to determine the extent of those funds to be allocated in the respective years?
Through Mr. Mayor, it would definitely be a recommendation of staff to council. If you're referring to the getting a little ahead of ourselves in terms of if the motion, once the motion's approved, yes, we would take that and then present something back to council on what we recommend to do in terms of how we show it back to the taxpayer. That would definitely come back in front of council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That transparency is very important, so I thank our staff.
All right, seeing no other councillors in the queue, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes?
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Unanimous. It's unanimous, Councillor. Item 9.2, Legal and Clerk Services, report requests as to how significant funds can be saved in the budget to maximize tax reduction in this year's tax cycle and available options to provide relief. Prior to discussing the report, Council will hear a delegation from Jeff Laux. I don't know if Mr. Laux is in the room. Oh, there he is. All right, Mr. Laux, feel free to come on up. Just a reminder, presenters have 5 minutes to present, and their delegation must pertain to the report that Council is considering.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Good day, nice to see you all again. Members of the audience, citizens at home, I'm here speaking on behalf of the Business and Individual Freedom Association. It's an association that works for the protection of human rights. We do such things as investigations when there are abuses of human rights. And tonight, I'll be speaking a little bit about how Council has not been doing a full job of representing the dignity of all humans in this city. There are many people here who are upset, and a number of weeks ago, they came to show how they were upset about the recent tax increase of 10.5%. What's being handed around tonight is the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I would like you all to consider the dignity of all human beings when you make decisions in the future. A 10.5% tax increase has an effect on the most marginalized in our communities. People will be put at risk by such a large tax increase. We need to slow down. Think about these decisions. Why is it that we are adding money to reserve funds in a budget where we're going to have a 10.5% increase, only to turn around and then use that reserve fund to offset it? How does that make sense? What you do when you give a 10.5% tax increase is you trigger a part of the Landlord-Tenant Act that allows landlords to increase their rent over above the mill rate, which is set by the province. It is an automatic trigger, which allows them to raise rents to a much higher rate. So I would like you to think about these things. One of the other things that is a big initiative of this council is homelessness. And those people who are on the margins, those people who are on a pension, ODSP, those people that everyone here is looking to protect are the ones that are most exposed to the risks of such a large tax increase. And so when you look at your decisions throughout this term, I would like you to pay attention to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and think about the dignity of all humans as you make choices which increase the costs of our city budget and our city taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laux. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Laux, for your presentation. Can I have a motion to receive the delegation? Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. All right. We now need a motion to move the recommendation in the report. Councillor Garcia, I believe this was your request, so would you like to be the mover for this one?
Yes, I will move it, Mr. Mayor. I have a lot of questions, but I can move it to
Okay.
start with.
And can I have a seconder? Councillor Kushner. All right, so any speakers to the motion? I have Councillor Williamson, followed by Councillor Garcia and Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Director of Financial Management Services. Mr. Logue's comment in regard to triggering potential for, under landlord-tenant legislation, higher rent increases. I just wonder if you could provide some clarification on that.
Ms. Douglas?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Not an expert with regards to the Landlord and Tenant Act, but my understanding is that if there is a higher increase in property taxes, there is the potential to increase the portion of the rental rate that relates to property taxes for it to be increased. But that's the knowledge that I have with regards to what Mr. Laux was speaking with at this time.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone else in senior staff would have knowledge of this issue.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, the director of FMS is correct. All these legislations are somewhat intertwined, and one may trigger another when something happens. For example, when there is an increase in property taxes, then another legislation such as the Tenancies Act or Landlord and Tenants Act may be triggered, giving certain rights to landlords to be able to increase rents, but I believe that is within a certain limited amount. I do not have very specific knowledge with respect to that legislation because we don't practice in that realm or in that legal field, but I believe that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. City Solicitor. If possible, perhaps could we get information on that back at a future meeting or the next meeting or by email, whatever's the most convenient?
I think direction to the solicitor just for a memo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's absolutely. We can look into it and we'll respond.
Okay, sorry, does the Director of Planning want to say something as well? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
first.
Ms. Kate?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, a landlord may apply to the Ontario Landlord and Tenant Board for an increase above that is set on an annual basis. And one of the rationales for that can be if an increase in costs are extraordinary taxes.
Thank you.
So that would be at the discretion of the tribunal member.
Thank you. Okay, and then at the end, or near the end of the report, it talks about post-budget savings identified, and it says that the wording is about council identifying in-year savings. Through you again, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Financial Management Services. Does that mean that this really relies on staff to identify it, I take it, or through the Budget Committee, or what do we mean there?
Ms. Douglas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. What is intended with that section of the report is an identification that should council, after it has passed its budget for the year, it has the opportunity, if it wishes, to make a decision not to spend an expenditure. And should council make that decision, then those amounts not being spent would form part of the city's year-end surplus, which then could be used in future years to offset future year tax increases.
So the report seems to show us that we're limited in what we can do, but this might be an opportunity for us to be able to pass on savings to the taxpayer down the road. Is that our best option, would you say?
Through the mayor to the councillor, this report was addressing council's request at how to assist property taxpayers this year. By identifying for council post-budget savings and being able to earmark those dollars, should they not be spent, they would form part of the year-end surplus, and those dollars then could be utilized by council in future budget years. It is typical for the city, if we have a surplus at the end of the year, it goes in to the tax rate stabilization reserve, which council can use for offsetting future tax rate increases, which is the intent of that reserve. It's a stabilization reserve. So that's our normal process. This was just providing that option and information to council.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Just to jump in, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
We can identify, so if we decided there was a service level, we decided to change in year, those savings can be banked for the next year as a part of a mitigation reserve or currently the tax rate stabilization reserve.
Thank you. I'll yield the floor because I know there's lots of other questions that are going to be asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions through you of the city solicitor, but since we just talked to the Director of Finance, I just wanted to follow up on that. My report request, which is what this report is supposed to address, as quoted there, specifically asked for staff to identify savings that can be used to reduce the tax burden this year. But the report doesn't address that at all. I don't see that they have identified the savings or tried to identify them. So my question is, when will that be a separate report, and when will we get it?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The memo that is attached to the report provides various sections in the Municipal Act for council, which indicates that we're not able to provide a tax reduction in year once the budget has been set and final taxes have been levied. Therefore, we provided the information with regards to what happens if there are in years post-budget savings and how they could be utilized.
Thank you. But through you, Mr. Mayor, to the director, that is a separate issue in my mind in terms of whether we can provide the relief this year legally. But if you can identify the savings, then we would like to ask that those savings be added to any other funds that will go to mitigate any future tax increases if we can't this year, next year. But again, I would like to see staff's assessment and recommendation as to what savings can be obtained.
Councillor, I'm going to jump in here for a second. Staff identified the savings they felt were possible during the budget process this year. If council wants to make service cuts, then council has to identify the areas where they wish to make service cuts. And we're having the same debate that we had in January. It's not up to staff. Staff have presented their best professional opinion of how to operate the services of the city of St. Catharines. Council is free to accept that opinion, which we did for the most part in January, or they're free to change that, but at that point it becomes a political decision. If you want staff to identify savings, you have to be specific as to what areas of the city you want to alter the service levels to identify savings. There's not another option here, and we've had this debate several times, and I understand where you're going, and if we can identify, if council can identify areas where they wish to see savings, then we can task staff with bringing back that report, making the changes, and then those savings can be banked for future years. But we have to identify them, because asking simply, and I'm gonna ask the CAO to jump in if he disagrees with me here, but when we ask staff to present a suite of services, which is what we do with the budget each year, they present the best method to provide those services. They can't identify savings if they don't know what areas we want to cut. And asking them to just identify savings is a lot like, well, I don't even know what it's like. It's not a fair question of staff because they don't know what we're looking for. And I'll turn it over to the CAO at this point.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe to sort of, if I understand where you're going, Councillor Garcia, we do, and we track on a quarterly basis, as you know, we do a variance report that identifies where we are on spending at the various periods of the year. And in those, we provide reasons why we are either underspent or overspent in certain areas. The direction that staff has always taken is don't spend what we don't need to spend. That's sort of embedded in what we do. That's not a question of what the approved budget is. So we work within what the approved budget is. If throughout the year there are projects that were scheduled that aren't going to happen, we would identify those through those variance reports. If you're looking for identifying those projects or anything like that, it's challenging for us to go out from now because most of our initiatives have started or underway. So the approach that I would essentially recommend is to continue with, we're tracking our wage gapping, we're tracking our spending, and we identify it, and at the end of the year, that will come to a certain dollar amount that we can do. If we want to identify specific projects, yeah, we would that's something that council would have to essentially tell us what to remove from the budget.
Thank you, the CAO. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must respectfully disagree with you, but it's your decision. I would flip it. I would think it's not fair for council to be asked to identify where the savings should come from because staff are the ones that are working with day to day in the budget and all the different issues in the budget. So to me, staff are the ones that are better positioned to identify whether any savings are possible.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's what...
Folks, I wasn't kidding. I actually need people to show the decorum that's appropriate for the chamber. And Ms. Hahn, if you want to continue to clap, you can do so outside. That's your option.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are tracking and we are trying to mitigate our costs. And that's what I reference when we're constantly going through. We've created the budget office. We have the budget analysts that are working with the departments to see, when we can have cost savings and when we can achieve that, we do so, and we track that. So that's how we're moving forward with the staff. I hope that's aligned with your line of thinking. The challenge we run into, though, when we talk about specific areas to cut, those are service reductions, and that's where that would be, for instance, closing the museum, and I only use this as an example, 1 day a week, or reducing our business hours, or something to that effect. That's where we struggle trying to bring something in front of council to be able to do that, or alternative service delivery models. Like, all of those things we deliberate those and bring those in the budget. Mid-year, what we try to do is manage and mitigate as best we can.
Thank you for that, the CAO. So we'll leave it at that. And Mr. Mayor, I will move to my next question, which is to the city solicitor. In the report, it sounds like he has a lot of detail as to why it is not legally possible for us to give a credit from savings to the taxpayers this year. And, I know he does a lot of research. I assume he knows what he's talking about, but I do have a question. He does mention that one way, if you can't give a credit, it can be through grants. And then we talk about the fact that grants can be a very complex process. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to ask staff to describe why would it be such a complex process to give taxpayers a grant if we came up with that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member. So Legal and Clerk Services, together with FMS Financial Management Services, we sat down and we tried to figure out a way to get where you want to go. And we looked at all the legislation that drives the process, being the Municipal Act and the Assessment Act. And within the legislation, we looked at the authority of council and what you can and cannot do. And the conclusion that we have arrived to, what the law says, is that you do not have a legal authority to give essentially a rebate or money back with respect to the taxes. Now, while we were reviewing the process and we were trying to find an option to do this, we came across Section 106 and 107 of the Municipal Act, which deals specifically with grants. And I'm assuming that's what you're referring to, how that could happen. And we found an instance, an example from the city of Ottawa from 2003, 2005, and how they used that section and how they could provide a grant back to the people. Now, the very first thing that you have to do is you have to separate the idea of a grant and the whole taxation system. So there's nothing you can do about the taxes. You cannot rebate, you cannot give it back. A grant in itself as an idea is essentially giving funds back to, not back, but giving funds to the people. It doesn't matter what triggers this idea or why you want to do it, there is a legal option to do it. When we looked at, in this specific scenario, and we compared it to Ottawa, the way to come up with a program, the way to come up with a mechanism to provide money back to the people and be equitable about it is so difficult that it's essentially not cost effective. Because to put it simply, it's not as easy as writing a check of $10 for everybody in the city. You have to differentiate between the businesses, you have to differentiate between the individuals, and for one class of property, they may be entitled to $2 versus another class of property that may be entitled to $6. And to be able to come up with a system to essentially quantify and qualify different properties and individuals and how this whole thing would work to provide the money back to the people by way of a grant it would take many, many hours to figure it out. We would need manpower to put the system together if it's even feasible because you have to do your due diligence and you have to abide by the legislation, the requirements, the budgeting process, and everything else that comes with it. And unfortunately, I cannot speak to the financial side of things, but after reviewing the potential of creating such a program, more than likely it would take years. So we can't even put a number on it. So yes, from a legal perspective, the option of a grant is there. To make it happen is virtually impossible.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris. Can we turn Councillor Harris's mic back on? Because he turned it off.
Actually, Councillor Garcia asked most of the questions. I just wanted to be clear, like you mentioned, this is through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Legal. You mentioned a lot of things about bonusing, grants, and all that kind of stuff. Can you just, like Cole's notes, because you have a huge report here, it's possible to give some sort of rebate or just by using grants or sponsorship, or how, like, because you put so many different clauses and section this, section that. Just short and sweet and to the point.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member.
I just want to point out that he asked a lawyer to be short and sweet and to the point, so.
So, from a legal perspective, you cannot rebate taxes, full stop. We looked at several sections in which very specific circumstances, it is a possibility to give money back, but everything is case by case specific, triggered by applications by individuals, and the very limited circumstances when it's even possible to provide rebates are circumstances of undue hardship. If an error was made in levying the taxes and those errors needs to be corrected because the particular property class changed or was misclassified in the process somehow, and certain buildings with heritage designations can fall into specific applications where money can be rebated. And the legislation is so limited as to those circumstances that what we were trying to do in the report is to paint a picture of why the options are so limited to give money back.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Legal, what defines an undue hardship? Because I think you just used that term. Like, what would that be, like financial pain?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, when we looked at the legislation, the language was quite specific on that. Sickness, extreme poverty that would deem unduly burdensome, buildings damaged by disaster, properties rendered unusable, and mid-year changes in classification.
Okay, so a financial burden. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Finance, I'm not an accountant, I'm not a lawyer. What's the difference between a rebate and an adjustment on a bill?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, a rebate is when there is a change in the tax situation, so the tax status of the account. So perhaps going from, an example would be going from a commercial classification property to a residential classification. So that would be a situation where we would provide a rebate of taxes. In a situation where we would need to make an adjustment would be in a situation if there was an overpayment and we would need to refund the taxes to the individual, or a property owner moved and they paid the taxes on the wrong account, we would make an adjustment. For the most part, rebates are triggered with an application. So there's various sections as the city solicitor has laid out for situations where they would you would have an application for the property taxes to have that rebate.
So just so I'm clear, through the mayor to the director of finance, there's no way we could do an adjustment on bills if there's undue hardship and financial burden and that kind of stuff?
Through the mayor to the councillor, when it comes to the legislation, and the solicitor can provide more details, but it's my understanding that a rebate cannot be provided to a property that is a commercial enterprise. So it doesn't mean that the property is actually coded as a commercial. It could be a situation where a residential home that is a rental property, that is a commercial enterprise. So therefore, we would need to go through each property tax account and determine whether or not they are a commercial enterprise, as to whether or not we could issue them a rebate through the granting section of the Municipal Act. There also needs to be, specific criteria established in order to do that. I want to circle back just for one moment to the City of Ottawa situation when they provided the grant, and that was a very different circumstance. That was back over 20 years ago. It was at the time in the property taxation system where there wasn't a tax ratio situation, and this was the City of Ottawa's attempt to display to the province, and they actually budgeted for this grant. It was something that was done as part of their budget process, that they wanted to provide that rebate to the residential property class owners because they felt that they needed that rebate because of the situation with regards to the tax ratios. So with regards to rebates, they can't be provided to all property tax owners.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, if you're looking for clarification, that is correct. When we say case-by-case basis, those processes are actually triggered by individual applications. So somebody would have to come in and put in an application essentially stating that they have some kind of qualified undue hardship, and that situation would trigger the potential rebate. But we don't know everybody's personal circumstances.
Well, I guess because there's been a lot of talk about, using some sort of reserves to mitigate the tax increase. So I find it hard to believe that if we thought we made a mistake in approving the budget, there's no mechanism for us to go back and do anything. There's no mechanism. I guess someone might want to answer that, maybe.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it is my understanding of the Municipal Act and the legislation that once the taxes are levied for the year, there is no opportunity to make a change that is fair and equitable to all taxpayers. The way you do that is through the annual surplus, and you then take that reduction or that adjustment into the following year, and that is the way that you make the reduction or any benefit to all taxpayers fair and equitable.
Okay, thank you.
And for clarity's sake, section 340 of the Municipal Act is the one that indicates that, according to the memo. I'm just reading your words, Director.
That is correct.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens. Can we open Councillor Stevens' mic? Wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. No disrespect to any of my other fellow councillors here and that, but we keep getting the same question asked, it seems, about rebates, and the short answer, from what I'm understanding, unless I'm not clear, is no. So I don't know why we keep going on with that. But the other thing that we talked about, I believe, at the last council meeting, about not rebates, but reissuing the tax, the next levy, because we've already paid 3 and we have 1 left in the system. And the Director of Finance didn't have the numbers offhand, but she said it was actually cost prohibited, really, to give back everybody on an average of $7 to $14 to level out the increase, and it would be a cost of over $100,000 to do those mailings. And some counselors here around the table actually said they didn't care that, and they didn't think people cared that we spent that money. And if we're trying to save taxpayers' money and we want to spend $100,000 to redo a mailing to give back everybody $4, that's just ludicrous. And we're trying to save money. That's wasting money. And we were all here at the last meeting. I just why we didn't clue in on that one. I'm sorry, but.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the report here has identified that if we do not hire the positions that we've budgeted for in the first 6 months, and the next 6 months going forward, just to understand this, the median home would see a reduction of $4.91. However, if we freeze hirings from this point forward, each house, median home would see a savings of $15.14. What kind of impact would that have on service levels provided in the city, whether it be the maintenance of parks? I'm more concerned, and I'm sure many people are concerned about snow removal. What kind of impact would that have on service levels?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, effectively, if we were to not hire any positions that are currently vacant, it will lead to reduction in how we do business, whether it's park maintenance or snow plowing. We provided a memo to council, I believe, earlier in this spring, which identified some issues we were having with hiring our student workforce as well as some of our seasonal in our parks as an example. That's a real issue that we're dealing with, and that's something that we all feel, the community I think feels on the ground, that we're not able to address all of the issues we have. So if we continue not to hire those positions, that'll only exacerbate.
Thank you, CEO. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess my question is, again, further, why are we struggling to hire people in the first 6 months? Do we have, other municipalities, I guess, are also having the same issue? Is it just people don't want to work? What's the short answer on this?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Townsend, the labor market has changed. It's increasingly an employees market. We've, in the past had postings where we'd get multiple applicants who are qualified. Now it's very challenging. The competition is much higher. Employees have much greater choice and say on where they want to go. And especially for, professionals, student labor, other key industries that have been identified to council previously, the situation to attract talent is much more challenging than it has been in the past.
Thank you. And again, my final question, I guess, through Mr. Mayor to staff. If we do, move forward with just eliminating and just canceling all these hirings, would it have an impact on the winter snow removal program? I'm just concerned because the last few years it's been a nightmare. It really has. As a councillor, I've received calls from residents who've been frustrated by our snow removal program. What impact would this have?
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we are unable to hire staff through the vacancy process, we won't be able to address. So the issues will continue. Service issues will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll continue with the boring accounting and legal questions, even though they're extremely important. And we talked about the impact that the tax increase has on rent. And as I recall, we received correspondence from one of our residents to the effect that the provincially imposed cap is 2.5%. And if there's an extraordinary increase in cost, then they can appeal to the tenant board for a higher increase. And the trigger is an increase of 3.75. So our 10.5% certainly will trigger applications to increase the rent more than 2.5%. Secondly, I'd like to comment on the answer given to Councillor Garcia that it would be unfair for our staff to recommend certain areas to be cut back. Well, if we look at the reverse, they always recommend where we should increase staff. And I've got the figures from 2014 to 2023. These are the staff increases. And if I look at them, I was quite surprised. And if we look at the exempt staff, the non-union staff, the increase over that period is 28%. And then if I look at CUPE, which is the lowest, over that period, there has been a 4% decrease in personnel. And this is something as councillors we've all noticed. The outside work, be it snow plowing or grass cutting, is not getting done to the same extent. And if you look at these figures, they help explain that. So my third comment is with respect to 9.2. And the comment is made that if council chose to facilitate or to initiate a hiring freeze, they can do so without reopening the budget. And I thought in the past, we were told that if we talk about a hiring freeze, we're talking about reopening the budget. So it appears to be an inconsistency to me. So could that be explained?
Mr. Oakes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what you're referring to, Councillor Kushner, are the positions that were added in the 2023 budget process. If we were to not proceed with those initiatives, which are both initiatives in service, but they also include certain staff bodies, we wouldn't be able to do that. So it's my understanding that by doing that, that would be considered a reconsideration. If going forward in 24, 25, 26, we were to implement a hiring freeze, in essence, freezing our employment levels at current status, meaning we would still be able to hire those positions as they become vacant and retirees and all of those elements, that we do now, and we would continue to do so. Any new positions would have to go and get an approval from whether it's the Budget Standing Committee or Council. And that process is something that staff support moving forward. It was the instance of mid-year, in-year, not being able to hire, or because some positions have already been hired or offers had been made. That was the reasoning for the reconsideration portion.
Okay, and I'll ask clarification for the employees being hired. Why such an increase in the exempt category and a decrease in CUPE 150? What does CUPE 150 represent?
Through Mr. Mayor, so CUPE 150 is all of our, what we classify as our outside workers. So they would be parks, they would be our facilities, all of our underground service operators, any of the staff that are out in the field. The reason for the reduction was we had a few facilities that closed, and as part of the 150 staff complement includes the arena employees. So when we reduced our arena complement, we had a corollary reduction in the number of the 150 staff. We didn't see any reductions in park maintenance or underground service or any of those areas. They were really more specific to the arena operations in that situation. That's why you've seen a reduction in the 150 staff.
Okay, so if we had a reduction in the employees at the arenas, why did we not fill those vacancies with people outside the arenas? Because that's where we're getting the complaints. I think the complaints are universal. We've heard Councillor Townsend talk about snow plowing. During the summer, we get all kinds of complaints. We get more complaints than ever about cul-de-sacs because of aging population. So it appears we're not putting money in the right sectors, and that's the question we have to address. Where are our priorities? Thank you.
Councillor Phillips.
Try that. Through you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Oakes, prior to us setting the budget, how many positions, staffing positions, did we have unfilled? We were waiting to hire.
Through Mr. Mayor, I don't have the specific number. I don't know if, Jeanette, if you're on the line, if you had a line of sight on that.
Yes, good evening. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do not have that number at the moment.
Okay.
I think I can forward that to council following our council meeting this evening.
Okay. Assuming there was a fairly large number, the salary for those people, anticipating they were going to be hired, was in the budget, and at the end of the year, that's basically where a surplus comes from. Is that correct? Okay. How many, with our budget, refresh my memory, how many brand-new positions to the city were you recommending?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the number was 30 in total.
Okay. How many of those positions have been hired to date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe there's 15 outstanding, give or take, approximately
Okay,
15.
so we've hired 15 people. We have 15 positions left. My understanding is those are the positions we're attempting to freeze. We're not trying to freeze the positions of the people who we needed prior to budget. We need those people if we can find them. And we've already hired 15 people based on this budget. There's nothing we can do about that. We're trying to freeze the 15 positions that have not been hired, plus any positions going into 2024. Can we do that? Can we say to you, no, we're not going to hire those 15 positions. We're going to freeze that. That, I think, is what Councillor Garcia is attempting to do. Is that correct? Or am I misinterpreting what you have been telling me for a while?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I'm not attempting to do that today because when we tried to do that before, they said that that meant reopening the budget and that we could not reopen the budget. However, as Councillor Kushner pointed out, the treasurer specifically says in her appendix there, so if council chose to initiate a hiring freeze, they can do so without reopening the budget. So, and to comment on your question on the number of positions, the chart I got from the treasurer and director of finance was that it was a total of 47 full-time equivalent positions that were new. And also the day we had this discussion, Director Pilateri mentioned the number of 50 positions were still open from the previous year. Thank
you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, Councillor Phillips. The hiring freeze, as I understand it, would be for 24 going forward, meaning that any new hires at that point, we would have to come back for approval to do so.
So we would be going forth trying to hire those 15 people we have yet to find based on this budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. And what we've done and what we've identified and what we plan to do is all of the gapping, all of the dollars that have not been expended up to essentially from January until the end of the year, all of that, those dollars, that money would go into a tax reserve, mitigation, however you want to define it.
The new term.
To be applied in a future year. But the idea of the existing sort of the process that we're undertaking currently, we're still proceeding on that basis.
Okay, and if those positions are not filled by December 31st, we're into a new budget year. Therefore, they don't necessarily go forward, or do they?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they would still go forward, but we would identify through the senior leadership team, we meet quite regularly, and we would look at reasons why we can't fill those positions, whether there aren't any, and then we would reevaluate. There are certain positions within those, and I can appreciate the confusion of the difference in numbers, 30, 47. Full-time equivalents include students, and they include additional seasonal employees. So we did, as council is aware, when we had the license agreement with the 12 Mile Creek as an example, we did in fact add staffing to our parks complement through the seasonal. That doesn't get captured to full-time staff. What we do from a financial standpoint is we take all of those and create equivalents. So that could actually be more hires than the number. It's just the equivalent factor. But any positions that we know we can't hire, or we've had trouble over a year time, we would reevaluate and bring that back.
To put a hiring freeze on the 15 people, can we do that? If it was in this budget, are we open to direct to Councillor Garcia, are we reopening the budget? Or can we do that?
Through
I don't
you,
care who answers it.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd actually defer to the clerk, and I believe that was the decision that was made, that it would in fact constitute reopening the budget.
Thank you.
We're just having a discussion up here because there seems to be some confusion and a little bit. The motion to reconsider was not just about reopening the budget. It was a couple of different pieces. It was about the hiring positions. And so that's what the reconsideration was. So from a procedural standpoint, I think we followed the rules appropriately. That was the discussion we were having here. I see no other speakers on the list. So I will look to the clerk in a moment to call the roll on this report. Actually, yeah, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll. I'll save my comments for the motion.
Councillor Garcia. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. This motion is to receive the report. This is the staff report, not the next motion that's going to come up later from yourself and Councillor Garcia.
Then the answers.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, so we're moving on to motions. The first one is 10.1, the motion to reimburse application fees for the Royal Canadian Legion Polish Veteran Branch 418. Prior to discussing the motion, council will hear a delegation from Yvonne Glowacki. I'll call Yvonne up to speak. It's always a pleasure to have our friends from the Polish Legion come and present to us.
If I may, Mayor Cisco, you talked about rules this morning.
Yes.
This evening. And as I came in, there was a cadet that handed me a letter, and she asked if I could also read it. So it would put me probably to about 5 minutes and 30 seconds, if that's okay.
We will happily give you an allowance
Thank
for a
you so
cadet's
much.
letter. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is this on, I'm presuming? Yes. Okay, everybody can hear me? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Cisco, councillors and staff. My name is Yvonne Glowacki, and I am the president of the Royal Canadian Legion Polish Veterans Branch 418, located at 294 Vine Street. We are a non-for-profit veterans organization. I would like to introduce veterans, Captain retired Stefan Vinsławek to my right, Warrant Officer retired Richard Bucko, Lieutenant Navy Aaron Bean, CD, Commanding Officer with the Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps 358 Sir Isaac Brock, and Sea Cadets that have joined us this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the letter that I emailed to Mayor Cisco on June 14th, asking if the City of St. Catharines would consider waiving application fees related to the new build of our building. As you are aware, Polish Veterans Branch 418 sold their excess land located at 294 Vine Street and retained land to build a new, environmentally friendly, green, sustainable building that will house a museum on the second floor and will also house an area for the Sea Cadet Corps. For the past 75 years, Polish Veterans Branch 418 has been helping veterans and their families get the care and support, but has also played a key role in providing charitable help where it is needed most and giving members the chance to become more active in their community. Although Branch 418 was originally established to help support returning veterans from World War II and their families, the branch's membership has grown in recent years and now includes everyone from wartime veterans to current military serving members and the RCMP. Lending a helping hand has always been a big part of Branch 418's philosophy. Over the years, branch members have volunteered countless hours towards the Greater Niagara community and donated thousands of dollars to such charities as the Hotel du Shaver Hospital, the Juravinsky Hospital and Cancer Center, and Lynn Haven Long-Term Care, to name a few. The branch also opens up its facilities free of charge and financially supports the Sir Isaac Brock Sea Cadets for youth aged 12 to 18 years of age. Facilities and financial support are also provided to Polish Scouting, seniors clubs, and we have provided our banquet hall facilities at no cost to various organizations for their fundraising events, such as Lyme disease, Hodgkin's disease, and Parkinson's disease. We also donated our banquet halls for many years to the City of St. Catharines Seniors Day Community Information Fair. We also donate to the Royal Canadian Legion's Youth Track and Field Fund. Just recently, Branch 418 members volunteered their time to give back to the community by decorating Tim Hortons Smile cookies, proceeds of which were donated to Hotel du Shaver and Pasto Mental Health. For over 75 years, we've held true to the Royal Canadian Legion's mission through our advocacy efforts, helping veterans and their families, seniors, youth, and the community. Branch 418 secured funding from the federal government to provide first aid mental health training for veterans and offered the training twice at our branch. In attendance at one of the training courses were officers from the Lincoln and Welland Regiment. Branch 418 is the only branch in the region that has provided this training. There are 3 executive members, 2 of which are veterans, Captain Stefan Więsławek and Warrant Officer Richard Bucko and myself, who are trained and provide first aid mental health services to veterans as requested in the Niagara region. We have donated $8,000 to the Homeless Veterans Fund in the last 2 years. I am here this evening on behalf of Branch 418 requesting council members consider waiving permit and application fees as we move forward with the build of our new building. At this point, we do not have a home and we are not generating any revenue. A member of the executive committee has offered space in her home for a temporary Legion office at no charge, and a community agency and parish hall have provided us with the use of their space for membership meetings at no cost. The executive committee members continue to connect with veterans, widows, and seniors by driving members to appointments as required, providing gift cards to grocery stores to not only veterans, but also to members who are in need. And we continue to participate in the Poppy campaign yearly. The executive committee members do not request reimbursement for gas or their time. The proceeds from the sale of the excess land have been invested, but we do have monthly costs that need to be paid while we're in the process of building a new building, such as internet services, storage fees for our inventory and archives, and insurance, to name a few. As we are not generating any revenue, our savings are quickly being depleted and the monies invested are required for the build of the new building. The total floor area of the proposed building is a 2-story, environmentally friendly, green sustainable building at 847 square meters or 9,117.03 square feet. The following fees are payable at this time in order for us to submit the site plan application to get moving with the building. Site plan approval agreement, City of St. Catharines review fee at a cost of $12,874, minor variance fee of $3,094, water testing plan at a cost of $2,000, clearance of conditions at a cost of $1,395, the City of St. Catharines developmental charges for non-residential per foot at $2.13, where the Legion's cost will be $19,419.27. Total fees payable at this time to move forward with the site plan is $38,782.97. With the Council's approval and assistance of waiving application fees, this will help us tremendously as we move forward with the new build. On behalf of Polish Veterans Branch 418, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration of our request. And at this point, I'd like to read the letter. So I just received this letter from Chief Petty Officer First Class Laura Cooper, who is with us this evening. And it's dated August 13th, to whom it may concern. I am Chief Petty Officer First Class Laura Cooper, coxswain of RCSCC 358, Sir Isaac Brock. I'm writing to express my support for St. Catharines Polish Legion. I want to share with you the significant impact that this organization has had on my life and RCSCC 358, Sir Isaac Brock. The Polish Legion has been integral in providing us with resources and support that have helped local youth grow as individuals. Their dedication and commitment to empowering young people like myself has been invaluable. I am genuinely grateful for the positive changes that the Polish Legion has brought into my life and the lives of my fellow cadets. I have been a Sea Cadet since 2018 and have had an amazing time participating in it. I'm proud to say that I achieved the highest rank a Sea Cadet can hold. This summer, I had the privilege of serving as the Central Region representative on the National Cadet Advisory Council. It was an incredible experience, and I was honored to be one of 16 Canadian cadets representing 48,000 youth in the Canadian Cadet Program. I learned so much and made lifelong memories. Being a part of the Sea Cadets has been one of the best decisions I've ever made. Our Corps has been fortunate to call the Polish Legion our home for many years. It has provided us with a sense of community and a base of operations. The Legion has been an incredible support system for us. I am grateful for their unwavering support and commitment to our Corps. In 2018, when I first began my cadet career, I was incredibly timid and unsure of myself. I had a lot of social anxieties that made it really hard for me to feel comfortable around other people. However, with the support and dedication of the officers of our Corps, I was able to break out of my shell and truly flourish in the program. In fact, I exceeded all expectations and even went on to lead my Corps as a role model for our younger cadets. Never in a million years did I think I would be representing cadets at a national level. It's truly amazing how much can change in just a few short years. Looking back, I know I couldn't have done it without the stability and support the Polish Legion provided RCSCC 358, Sir Isaac Brock. They gave me a home away from home. If the Polish Legion did not provide my Corps with the stability of a home, I know I would not be as successful as I am today. Thank you for considering supporting the Polish Legion. Your time and consideration are greatly appreciated, and I hope that you will choose to support them. Please assess the Polish Legion to continue to help make a positive impact on our community. Sincerely, First Class Laura Cooper, coxswain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Yvonne, for being here tonight. To our veterans who are in the audience, for your service, thank you. The cadets who are here tonight, thank you. Your service is something that sometimes we take for granted, but your service is what we have our freedoms and our rights today because of you. My question to you, Yvonne, is when can we expect, what is the timeline for the Legion to be open? Because I know there's a lot of members here who would love to be there to support on the day it opens.
Members, I have some members that are sitting there in the gallery as well that have joined us. So I'm happy to report that we did have our pre-consultation meeting and we received the report. and just some very minor things about making the sidewalk a bit wider and whatnot. We will be connecting with our architecture firm, hopefully within the next week or two, to take a look at how they've developed the plans for the changes. And then my understanding is once that is done, then we would move forward with the site plan application. But then it's all these monies that are involved in that, so this is what we're hoping for assistance on, that these fees would be waived.
Great, and again, thank you. I look forward to being there the day it opens.
Oh, yes, of course. Shovel in the ground, yes.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for the members of the Legion for coming today. Moving the motion today to receive the delegation, I have Councillor Townsend and Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. So we have the motion then on the floor. This is from Councillors Townsend and Stevens, that council reimburse a maximum of $50,000 in pre-consultation planning and building permit fees for the Royal Canadian Legion Polish Veterans Branch 418 redevelopment from the Civic Project Fund, once paid by the Royal Canadian Legion Polish Veterans Branch 418. So Councillor Townsend, do you want to lead us off?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the Legions in St. Catharines and across the Niagara region are across Canada. They play an integral role in supporting veterans, those struggling with PTSD, but it's a gathering place for those currently serving in the military. And I think it's important for us to show our support to the veterans and those serving in the military. And I'm in full support of this ask, and I hope Council will also support. And I hope that we'll all be gathering at some point at the Legion to celebrate the opening of the new Legion on Vine. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One contribution that Yvonne did not mention is that for many years, the Polish Legion hosted the headquarters of the Jets girls soccer and provided fields. And we're, of course, sad to see them go, but understand that this is a change that had to be made to make this a sustainable operation. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm supportive. And I'm not sure if the mover has spoken to the Director of Financial Management Services as to where we can obtain this $38,000 or up to $50,000. If staff could perhaps comment on how we could make this available.
I believe Civic Project Fund is identified. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Not a problem. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification for those watching and members of the audience, since we have as you know, we're trying very hard to reduce expenses. I just wanted the City Director of Finance to just confirm my understanding, if I remember the report correctly, is that the Civic Project Fund has an unencumbered balance of about 8.4 million, something in that range. And that was based on the 2022 year-end report. And then in our motion later, we're going to ask for some of those funds to be transferred, of course. But if she can confirm that, and also the fact that if it's taken out of the Civic Project Fund, is not adding to expenses that the city incurs on the budget.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just, in this day and age, we had Branch 24 downtown, had to close up due to lack of membership, and they're partnered in with the Vets Club. The Port Dalhousie, the Legion down there was very lucky to have that build go on there with the condos. So for the Polish Legion to still continue to get a building in place and to help veterans. And then we know now, too, there's a whole new group of veterans coming in from other conflicts that we've been involved with throughout the world. So it's just, it's very nice that they're going to be coming back with another building to help veterans and others in the community.
Councillor Harris.
I'm just wondering, we have, and I'm all for this, don't get me wrong, but we have all kinds of different agencies that come forward and ask for things like that. Would it make sense, or is this such a time crunch that, would it make sense to come back with a report on how we're gonna actually do this in the future, or we approve this and then ask for a report to come up with some sort of policy when these things come up?
I think a motion to refer at this point could be appropriate to ask staff. Okay, no, I'm going to look to Mr. Oakes first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to defer to staff on this one, but I do believe we have a policy already established for the use of the Civic Project Fund, and it caps it at 10% of the unencumbered, but I'll look to the director just to confirm
I
that.
think the question actually has more to do with requests of this nature, not necessarily the usage of the Civic Project Fund.
Yeah.
So maybe, Councillor, if you're looking to refer and ask staff for a report back with respect to this and a future policy, I
don't really want to refer it if it's that much of a time crunch. I just want to know, like, this is going to come up all the time with different charities and things like that. Like, what is the...
Do we have a policy at this stage?
Like, who do we say yes to and who do we say no to?
At this stage, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there is not a formal policy. With regards to the Civic Project Fund, there is that 10% that council can use for special projects.
As a follow-up to that, do we have a history of different groups perhaps that have come forward for this?
Yeah.
So then perhaps, Councillor, if you're looking to refer it, maybe a request for a listing of the projects that have come forward and what the results have been. I don't know.
Maybe what I'll do is instead of, like, I'll ask for a report after this is...
okay.
Is that, yeah, okay.
Okay, so we'll add that to staff reports later on this evening. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, just through you, Mayor, just question on that 10%. I believe that was added last year, and I need to be reminded as to why council asked for that, specifically with the Civic Project Fund.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, there was a staff brought forward a policy with regards to the Civic Project Fund to reduce our reliance on the Civic Project Fund so that we could maintain its balance. And the report included minimizing the use of the Civic Project Fund and reducing the reliance over the next 5 years at 20% reduction a year, and then also adding the ability to use 10% of the previous year's balance council could use for special projects that came up through requests that were unanticipated at budget time.
Thank you, Director. Through the Mayor, why are we trying to reduce our reliance on the Civic Project Fund? Is it at risk of being depleted so that we wouldn't be able to fund these types of initiatives in the future?
Through the mayor to the councillor, with regards to the city coming out of COVID, it was one of our efforts of financial sustainability to preserve our reserve balances, and that was the recommendation with regards to the Civic Project Fund.
And so then, through your mayor, it would be my understanding that the council last term voted in favor of that in an effort to preserve the Civic Project Fund. And what would 10% of the project fund be?
Through the mayor to the councillor, at the end of 2022, the balance was 8.4 million. So 10% is just over 841,000.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What have we spent so far from the Civic Fund? What kind of expenditures have we made?
Through the mayor to the councillor, to date, we have utilized 335,000. With regards to the particulars, I don't have them here in front of me this evening, but I can provide the listing to council.
Okay, and that's over how many years?
Through the mayor to the councillor, those are the 335,000 is just in 2023.
Okay, and three of us are directors of hydro, and what are the dividends into that fund on a yearly basis? Because originally that was called the hydro fund, and then we changed that to the civic fund. So what are the amount of dividends that we put into that fund from hydro?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there are no dividends that go into the civic project fund. The dividends from the hydro are actually go into the city's operating budget as a non-tax revenue source.
Councillor Ratzlaff, you popped up and disappeared. I was going to give you leeway to ask a second question, yes.
So then how is that fund funded? If it's not funded through hydro anymore?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the fund receives land sale income that the city has, as well as investment interest income for the funds.
And so I'm just, I'm extrapolating from that, that was the reason last term we're concerned about maintaining that fund. And so they put that policy in place to protect it. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we are moving on to item 10.4, which was moved up on the agenda. Prior to discussion of the motion, we will hear delegations. I just want to check and see which delegations and which delegates are in the room. Alan McKay, Gilles Marceau, Ed Smith, Dawn Sawyer, Vicki Lynn Smith, and Diane Simsovit. All right, so all of our presenters are in the room. We'll just wait a moment to allow for the Legion folks to head out. As a reminder to all of our presenters this evening, you do have 5 minutes to present, and your delegation must pertain to the motion that council is considering. At this time, I will call Alan McKay to present. Mr. McKay, the lectern is yours.
Right here? Oh, looks like it's on. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I want to speak in favor of Councillor Garcia's motion tonight. Before I do, I want to give a bit of a background about why I'm here, what this is about. I used to work for the region of Niagara for 22 years. 15 of those I was in a financial management position where I was responsible to do the administration and financing of various departmental budgets. This budget in particular for this year came as a bit of a shock to me, 10.5%. I want to remind everyone of the interview that the mayor had back on December 22nd, 2022, when his goal for this council was to keep the community affordable for everyone, young or old. And also, we need to make sure that all levels of government are accountable to the residents of the community. This budget and what's gone on over the last 2 or 3 weeks doesn't achieve either one of those. There's no accountability. There's no transparency in what's happening here, folks. City Council notes their budget increase is only 1.12%. And on the surface, you're right, when you compare it to last year, but you need to compare apples to apples. What you're not including, in 2022, you had a transit budget. 2023, you don't have a transit budget. And you also have $15 million in extra expenditures that aren't really counted in there. It doesn't really take into account that $15 million in new spending that took place this year. That's why your budget only looks like it's 1.12%. In order to accurately paint a picture of this budget, you need to adjust your 2022 budget to take the transit dollars out. Take the transit budget dollars out. Now you have a new starting point. Add in your $15 million. And I assure you that that budget has gone up way beyond 1.12%. Way beyond that. City Council needs to get away from this narrative that their budget only went up 1%. That is just an absolute fallacy. You need to also stop pointing the fingers at everybody and saying, no, it's not our fault, it's not our fault, we're not accountable for that 10.5%, which a number of people around this table have said, and it's not right. It's got to stop. In addition to supporting Councillor Garcia's motion, I thank you for bringing it forward. And by the way, this doesn't fix the problem. This will only help to mitigate the issues that many in our community are going to suffer from. What you need to do is you need to go back to the drawing board and develop a reasonable budget that the citizens of St. Catharines can afford. I would ask Council communicate the true budget increase after you adjust the 2022 budget, factoring out the transit dollars for 2022. And what I would like to know is, of that 10.5% tax increase, how much is that as a region and how much is that as a city? Please be more transparent in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. If you'll just hold for a second, if there are any questions or comments from council. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
No problem.
This is just your two questions, I think. I think staff can actually answer those two questions. So our spending increase and our tax increase are different this year because of the transit upload. And so I think staff have the number on the spending increase. That's the one that you were looking for. And then you also asked, what's the difference between the region and the city's increase on our tax bill? And I'm pretty sure staff can answer that for you as well. So I asked Director Douglas if she can answer that.
Just to be clear, I want to be really, really clear. What this is going to take is, what I want to see is, I want to see from the 2022 budget comparison, because when you compare budgets year over year, you're taking your 2022 budget, you're comparing for 2023. But in 2022, it included transit. Take that out of there. And now, so I want to see what the increase is after that.
Well, yeah, so you have a spending increase, and the spending increase is more than our tax increase this year because transit was taken out.
Yep.
So I'll ask Director Douglas to tell us what the spending increase was.
Yep.
And then what,
Thank you.
Ms. Douglas.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, I'm just going to take a moment to pull up so that I can make sure I'm providing the accurate information to the councillors. Through the mayor to the councillor, the city's operating budget expenditures went up 13.12%. Our net tax levy, once we incorporated our non-tax revenues, the increase was 0.76%.
Ms. Douglas, can I just ask, where did you get that information from?
Through the mayor to the mayor, I got that from the city's FMS 004-2003 report that went to council on January the 16th.
So that was a report that came to council?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratzlaff. Can we open Councillor Ratzlaff's mic again? Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Director. So hopefully that helps answer some of your concerns, and I appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much.
That does answer part of it. The one part that it doesn't answer is how much of the 10.5% increase is city and how much of that 10.5% is the region. Because it's, okay, great.
So can we reopen Councillor Ratzlaff's mic again?
I mean, I think you just have to minus the tax increase off the 10.5%, and then you get what the region is. And then if you want to know exactly what the region is, you have to minus off the transit that was uploaded. So, yeah, what's exactly is the cities is that number.
I can give a rough estimation just with back of the hand math. So the average tax increase was $399 this year. I'm just looking for Ms. Douglas. The cost of transit in 2022 was approximately $180 per household in the city of St. Catharines. The city's overall increase, actual dollar value on each tax bill was about $18.82. So if you take the $180 plus $18.82, that comes out to $198.82. That's probably more accurate than you can be because I know it wasn't exactly $180. So it's about half. So 5 1/4, which I've been saying for several months.
Can we put that on the website? The website shows 1.12.
The report is actually up on the website.
Okay. Well, okay.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, thank you for your presentation, Mr. McKay. What you requested was so that we all understand that the staff or the city should post what the actual increase was when you take the 14 million transit out of the 2022 budget. Is that
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Be more transparent.
Okay. Thank you.
Because what we were getting, or what I was getting when I called my counselors, was I was getting, this has nothing to do with the city. This is entirely the region. You need to understand, our budget only went up 1%. The regions went up all this percent. I'm like, they were missing the point. So it wasn't accurate. All I want to know is, of that 10.5, and I got a lot of neighbors who are asking the same question, how much of that is a region and how much of that is a city? We're playing this little game of finger pointing, which doesn't bode well with regards to transparency.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. All right, I will now call on Gilles Marceau to present. Mr. Marceau, the lectern is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, fellow citizens. I'm actually a retired professional planner, lifestyle planning for people to get through life, and a certified financial planner. Sorry about that, I'll pick it up later. I'm very concerned that the tax increase affects seniors a lot more than maybe council initially has understood. I don't know if you know this, but you probably do. Peterborough and St. Catharines in Ontario have the highest census populations of citizens 65 plus. As a matter of fact, in St. Catharines, there are more 65 plus folks than 14 and under kids. And they account for 19.3%. I'm a data guy. 19.3% of the population. Now, so 1 in 5 of your folks are getting older. And here's the problem. And the problem won't go away because it's natural. Life expectancy automatically reduces a senior's couple's income. You say, what the heck are you saying, Jill? How can you say that? Well, I want you to think about a couple who are both age 65. Some are 63, some are 67, 65. One dies. What happens? Old age security is gone. $700 roughly gone. They maintain their spouse's CPP. The average CPP in Canada, by the way, is $717. And they'll get about 60% of that. So that means they got $420 in their pockets. They've just lost $1,100. And if they're lucky enough to have a corporate pension, and I don't know if you know this, but only 37% of Canadians have a corporate pension. It will reduce to about 60%. So when I do the calculations, at the death of a spouse, family income drops 35%. Family income drops, costs go up, but most of them have wealth in their house. True? That's their backup plan. Their wealth is in their home. But the equity is usually used in two ways. The first way is to pay for long-term health care expenses for the partner that's going into a long-term care home. The second way is to create a reverse mortgage okay, in order for them to replace some of the income that they lost. Not great situation, but that's what they have to deal with. Because it's all about security and dignity. That's what this is all about. So the city's got a real problem. It's got 20% of its population getting older, and ultimately, due to life expectancy, getting poorer. Sure, the city has a program that if you make less than $21,168 a year, and therefore you're on the guaranteed income supplement, they'll let you defer the taxes as long as it's a minimum of $200 that year until you sell your property. That's a problem. Because the question I ask myself, and I don't have the answer, the question I ask myself is, if the city puts a lien on that property, does that mean they can't have a reverse mortgage? Reverse mortgage companies, there are only 2 in Canada, do not want liens on properties they have to bet a future on. So I'm asking you a couple of questions when you do your thinking in the future. Take into consideration the 1 out of 5 of your population is a senior. Give thought to the fact that demographically, they're becoming poorer if one dies. And that's going to affect their ability to deal with the city. Our seniors cannot afford to carry the burden of growth at all costs. It's great to see everything that's happening. It is. But we can't have our population, or at least 20% of it, who have been here for all these years, continuing to become poorer. What is required, and now I speak as a former managing partner of a division for a large Canadian bank, number 3. What is required is more for less. That's the bottom line. You've got to not talk about how much staffing, reduction of services. All of that is, if you did that in business, you'd be out of business. You guys don't want to be out of business. By the way, you're in the business of serving your citizens, which happens to be your owners. And so therefore, you've got to look at all your processes. You've got to look at technology. You've got to make investments, okay, in those things that reduce costs without messing up services. And you got to be really laser-like about it. What's wrong with thinking out of the box and saying, can we reduce our expenses 5% in 2024? And can we do that in 2025? And can we do that in 2026? And if you do that cumulatively, everybody's talking about the right thing. We as citizens, senior citizens, are being asked to rethink our finances. We're being forced to do so. So, if you as a provider of services to our citizens can't control your spending, you're going to force us to have a lesser life. That's what's on the table. We can have every type of conversation about where we can save money and who should do what. Bottom line, we're in this together. We are. We have no choice but to be in this together. And I was one of the people on the last council meeting that said, this is ridiculous. And for that, I apologize. But I boiled for a reason. Because I have dealt with thousands, literally thousands of people as a financial planner. And I have seen how they live. And there's only 3 things that a senior has to go through. He goes through, or she goes through, the go-go period, which we all like, travel, etc. The slow-go period, where we make decisions how we're going to live, and the no-go period. And this council has to support all of those. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marceau. Folks, it's a recess. I don't want to call a pause to the meeting, but we don't clap. Okay, 5-minute recess. Back to order. To waylay the accusations of a double standard. There have been a couple of instances of clapping tonight, and I have allowed things to proceed, hoping to be able to move through them. That was the third strike. We called a recess. We're back at it. If there are further outbursts, then we'll stop again. And if we can identify who did it, then we will ask them to leave. It's exactly what I said at the beginning. I tried to be understanding. Nobody was asked to leave at this point, but if it continues, it will have to. Mr. Marceau, if you want to come back up, I do want to give council an opportunity to ask you questions. And I will now look to council if there are any questions from Mr. Marceau. Seeing none, now I feel bad for asking you to walk back up, sir.
I enjoyed the walk.
I appreciate that, thank you. Oh, Councillor Stevens, thank you.
I want to say thank you to the presenter. You brought some knowledge to me. There was some things that I didn't really realize that about incomes going down when a spouse passes away and that, and I never thought of that before, but thank you for that. And I am a senior now too as well, so I get that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens, and thank you, Mr. Marceau. Thank you. I will now call on Ed Smith to present. Mr. Smith, the lectern is yours. There's two buttons. They have arrows.
I can't see the paper, and I didn't bring glasses.
It is below the sight line, so it's understandable if you can't see.
Yeah. I'm struggling. I'm fighting with myself on needing the reading glasses. So, Mayor Cisco, council, ladies and gentlemen, all the protocols of this chamber are respected. I'm against the motion that's put forward on the floor tonight. I want to acknowledge the efforts of Councillor Kushner and Garcia. I take the nobility of what they're trying to do. I think it's important, but I don't think it's enough. I know you were both against this 10.5%, and I appreciate your efforts, but the motion being debated tonight is just not substantial enough. If we're going to avoid hurting those who can least afford to be hurt in their lives, we need the budget to be reopened and for substantial changes to be made. We must recognize that the damage that will be done by this 10.5% increase is impossible to overstate. At a time when income inequality and the divide between rich and poor is accelerating, the burden of a 10.5% tax hike falls disproportionately on the shoulders of marginalized people. Individuals already facing economic hardships are always hit hardest by sweeping regressive taxes like this. This increase was poorly thought out, and it was misrepresented to the citizens of St. Catharines. It's only going to strengthen a cycle of poverty that becomes more and more difficult to escape. When I think of people living on the margins, I can't help but reflect on the women of my childhood. I'm talking about the Joan, Linda, Irene, Marilyn, Anne, Bonnie, and so many more. Single mothers, all of them trying to keep their families above water, all of them struggling month to month as they decide which bills must be paid this month and which ones can wait till next month or the month after next month. And of course, there was my mother, Kathy. She raised 5 children alone. She wasn't totally alone. She relied on that network of single mothers. So there was this band of mutual support between single mothers. All of that was 2 generations ago. So today the names may have changed, but the facts have not. Your 10.5% property tax increase goes right to the heart of existence for people who are on the margins. And this motion does not do enough to address that. To be clear, it's not just the property owners that are going to be hit by this tax, but renters also. A 10.5% property tax increase, as we've heard talked about tonight, affects renters. There is no doubt about it, it is defined provincially as an extraordinary increase. I was on the phone earlier today with the Landlord-Tenant Board. When I told them we were discussing at council tonight a 10.5% increase, an unofficial remark was made to me, so therefore take it or leave it, but it was made, oh, they would never pass a 10.5% increase. I said, no, it's already passed. Anyway, take that for what you will. You have created what the province calls an extraordinary circumstance, and therefore, provincial rent controls can be and will be lifted. I have a question for council. It's rhetorical. Were you aware of this when you voted in May? And if you weren't, whose responsibility is it to inform you of that? Is it the citizens' responsibility to come to council? You have the staff, you have the council, you have the resources. Does it fall on us to come and tell you the repercussions of your actions? The Jones, the Lindas, the Irenes, and the Cathys are still very much a part of our society, and this 10.5% increase is a threat to their well-being, and that's why this motion does not go far enough. Let me touch briefly on the young people. In a time of increasing despair for younger generations who see no clear path to home ownership or rental, how is it defendable that this council took extraordinary actions that make homes and apartments even more expensive? What of the seniors? We just heard about that. Or anybody on a fixed income. The changes brought about by this increase will be devastating for many of them. The council has to admit your errors in installing this 10.5%, and you have to make it right. It can be done. We've heard about, oh, it would be illegal, but I have seen other things be briefed at this council, and I could remind all of you, because you all voted on it, and it was the New Hope Church, and you were advised by staff it would be illegal. You cannot do it. Provincial law states. And what did you do? You ignored staff, and you did what you wanted to do. It is not illegal. No police are going to come and stop things from happening. It is council's decision what they do. You have demonstrated that in the past, clearly. So it can be done, but it can't be done if you don't care enough to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions or comments for the presenter? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Smith. First of all, to answer your rhetorical question, I certainly was not aware of that clause in terms of extraordinary tax increases, and to the best of my knowledge, stand to be corrected, I don't think staff made us aware of that if they knew. But I did want to ask you, if you were talking to them and you're that familiar with it, can you elaborate on exactly what does it mean? So I think somebody said that it's something higher than 275%, right? And we're 10.5%. But what does that mean in terms of if you're a landlord, what can you do now?
So the provincial rent cap is at 2.5%. If a municipality raises property taxes by that cap plus 50%, so 3.75%, the threshold is crossed and the rent control is lifted. And so now every landlord in the city can apply. It's a page-and-a-half application that they have to send in to the Landlord-Tenant Board to increase the rents beyond the provincial cap. So there is no rent cap in St. Catharines. What it will be and what the Landlord-Tenant Board will allow them, I can't speak to. But the rent cap is removed because we went above 3.75%, and now it's up to landlords whether they want to apply for higher than that rent cap.
Thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is, there's some of us who certainly agree with your position that this is not enough of a savings. And we tried our best to have it reopened, but to no avail. And therefore, knowing that, what would you suggest as an alternative?
I wish I knew. I don't have the resources of a city behind me. I think people can be told to get to work and find answers, But I understand that's magical language. It's a difficult position. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but it's even more difficult for people who are on the margins. Like, I can take you to people who don't give who don't care that it's a difficult position for council or staff. They don't care. They want to know who's putting bread on the table tomorrow. And so I don't think any of that was clearly thought out. And if council really needed, if this city really needed 10%, then you need to be aware of the repercussions of your action and say, we need 10% or we'll be bankrupt, so we need 3% this year, 3% next year, 3% next year, and we're going to ease it in. And that's leadership and management, and that shows that you're looking to how to mitigate the damage that you're going to do to people. But what happened was 10.5% is passed. There was statements full of hubris put on councillors' Facebook pages and talking about we don't get the vision and we don't understand. That's insulting. The language that comes is insulting. I guess I should stop there.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Major Smith. We had military people in tonight, so I think we should acknowledge your rank. And thank you for your service. And I'm not trying to pass the buck here at all, but you've mentioned the 3.75 threshold that the province has put on it. And our Director of Financial Management Services approximated that about 3% of this budget increase is directly the responsibility of policies of the provincial government. We're creatures of the provincial government. I'm not sure how this is a question to you, but it just bothersome to me that the anger is getting directed singularly at this body when we are creatures of the provincial government, and some of they do share in a good chunk of the blame here. We got municipalities across Ontario that have had high increases across the board, many of which I know for a fact surpass the 3.75. So I think it's important to pin the tail on the donkey in terms of responsibility here, and I know that you like to get to the truth. And
I got some words for him too.
okay. I think you answered the question. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Major Smith.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Smith. You can have a seat. And I will now call up Dawn Sawyer to present.
Well, thank you very much. I have 5 minutes, thank you. And I just wanted to start off by saying that I am in support of the motion. And although there's been a lot of discussion about why it can't work, I think as Ed pointed out, I think the real challenge is to find out how it can work. And that's going to take some innovation and some creative thinking. And a lot of the discussion was, well, it's like $7 to every person. But really what we're, I think, trying to do is to find a way of providing relief for those people who need it the most. And so it really should be based on need. I have no idea how that works, but I think that's the impulse that we're all going for. You know, nobody wants $7 more, well, some people do, in their pocket. What they want to see is the mitigation of this on the people who are hurt by it the most. I also, just started off, when I used to work for Simon Fraser University, I did a lot of workshops in schools around Western Canada. And I was working particularly in the area of multicultural and Indigenous student accommodation. And I was up in one school that was really falling apart in northern Alberta. And I was called in to try to work with the staff. And when I started trying to find out what the problem was, people just said, well, these kids are doing this and these kids are doing that. And finally, a teacher just said, you know something? This would be a great school if it wasn't for the students. And I swear to God, and I mean, she, to her credit, sort of caught herself and said, yeah, that wasn't probably the right thing to say. But I have to say that there's some of that atmosphere here, I think, in the city. Like, this would be a great city if it wasn't for the citizens, you know, or at least those that aren't kind of agreeable. And I want to take this discussion over the last few weeks, perhaps as an opportunity for all of us to work toward a more democratic municipality, a city that's more open to ideas and presentations, that values input from its citizens, doesn't try to frustrate it and to even, I think, in some cases, discourage it. Because let's face it, that message of this would be a great city if it wasn't the citizens was expressed pretty loud and clear the last council meeting when 7 councillors refused to allow 120 people who were here to express their concerns. 3 times, 7-6 vote. So what's the problem? What's going on here? And I don't think it's necessarily conscious. I think what we're looking at, though, is a pattern of what we call obstacles. And I'm just going to, I don't have any time to, if you want to talk later, I'd be happy to amplify. But basically, we're looking at things like for example, the accessibility of the council meetings. When people come here, there's a whole nother language, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's an archaic term. It doesn't need to be used. There's intimidation of speakers. We've seen that happen too many times. There's obstacles for would-be presenters. The formality of the chambers themselves pushes people away. It doesn't invite them in. The overuse of in-camera meetings says, hey, you just shouldn't be privy to this. We're the professionals. Leave it to us. There's a number of things. One of the things that I wanted to make particularly, and I guess this is a personal issue, was that I think a key, when people write letters to their councillors, I think they have every right to expect a response from them. In my particular case, I wrote to 13 people. Now, maybe I only have 4 responses, maybe because people, don't particularly like me. Well, that's okay, but just it's a kind of a courtesy that says to people, I value your input and I appreciate the time that you put into this. And without that, you're communicating something very different. And I don't even want to go into it, but you know what I'm saying. So I think, again, looking at those kinds of specific things that we can do to avoid pushing people aside and actually inviting them into the chamber and into the discussion, which is more to the point, is what we're really after. And I think that series of issues is played out too often, and it's become a pattern, as I say, largely an unconscious one, I think. But it's why I passed out this particular document to you, because if you look on page 11, you'll see that this particular report has looked at the impediments to democratic participation in 32 different municipalities. And number 32 is St. Catharines. That's not me making this assessment, and the data on that is available to you. I would like to take this as a challenge to do better, all of us, to do better, to not be 32 anymore, to make this an example, an exemplar of an open, accountable, respectful, mutually respectful city. And I'm going to leave it with that, but I do so appreciate the proposal that Councillors Kushner and Garcia have made, and as I say, I put it to you to find a way to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Are there any questions? Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is a term that we are obliged to use. I think we'd have to go to higher powers to make that change. Oh.
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
if you want to refer to the chair, that's fine too. It doesn't really stress me one way or the other.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 11, you referenced the technology. Is there, and we're at the bottom of the graph here, which is kind of, it is disturbing. Do you have any suggestions around technology or user experience design? I'll have to look at that in more detail, but any thoughts of practical changes we could make?
Well, I mean, I think, for example, today, just to sort of prepare for this, I decided to see how easy it was to access the agenda for tonight's meeting. Even knowing that there was a city website, first of all, puts you in a probably a minority. And once you know that, know how to even access it. But you have to go through 6 steps to actually find the agenda. In some cases, you're making choices between literally 18 different items. And then you have to pick out this date, you have to go to agenda, and then you have to work your way down through the agenda. I mean, there's so many things that could be done. For example, publish the agenda in the Standard. They love the advertising money. To have people sign up for an email, that agenda, who wish to, not everybody. Sure, why can't we send that out? Bang, everybody gets it who's interested. The agenda's in their email feed. Those are just simple things. But we don't have to hold meetings in a room that only accommodates 68 people. There's 2 times now we've had overflow. We had overflow again tonight. There's an air conditioning, thing. But I mean, why don't we have meetings somewhere else? In a hall, in a community hall, where the clerk and so forth aren't set up 4 feet above, the rest of us. That's an intimidation that I think is real, even if it's not intentional. And it's something that, has accumulated over literally hundreds of years of British law. So I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm saying if you want to remove these obstacles, there's ways of doing them. I got my knuckles wrapped a couple of years ago when I was leaning forward on one of the pews, and I was leaning forward. She said, "Sit up." I felt like I was back in 7th grade or something, So I mean, what do we do to make people feel comfortable here? What do we do to make them feel invited in? One of the things you'll see in there, people say, "Well, why don't we allow food in? Why don't we allow people to bring food and drink in? Why? What is this? Is this like 5th grade?" So I mean, just things to think about.
Thank you.
Councillor Dodge.
I know. Thank you. Through you to the presenter. My questioning is kind of along the same vein as what Councillor Williamson said. What other, like you said about, maybe having the meetings off-site or whatever, what other things do you think that we could do to make the public come out and participate more with the process?
Say, help us plan the park down by, is it, Fairview, is that what the park? And it has a sign, and it's got a little, barcode that you can go on. Well, I've got an idea. Why don't we put a table out there with questionnaires? When people come by, you ask them to fill out the questionnaires. Don't ask them to take a barcode and go online. You go to them. When we talk about visioning for the community, what about charrettes? Have we had a public charrette here where there's a real visioning process where we bring people in from outside of the community to provide some different ideas? I mean, make people feel like they're truly engaged. And the transparency issue, I think, is such a big one. What's really going on here? Why is it doing? Like, for example, consulting us on this process. I mean, I'm not in a position to say, the cemetery client services coordinator that was hired is not essential. But by gosh, I sure would have liked to have somebody explain that to me, because I see that and I say, whoa. So, I mean, that idea that we're smart enough to where we can understand if you explain, but if you don't take the time to explain, if you don't even give us enough credit to think we're capable of understanding, then we're going to react when this hits us in the side of the head. Where the hell did this come from? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this is the kind of thing. Just be more open, transparent, and I think, treat us not like kids, but like fully participating members of your community.
Okay, and I hear what you're saying, and I mean, I've been on the budget committee and went out to many different public meetings, and I think that, with COVID and whatnot, not to place blame anywhere, but before the process was more open, and like you said, we had citizens come and they could go line by line with us and say, well, what does this mean? What does that mean? And I think that we're trying to get back to that place so that the public are able, instead of having what's happened now is people are going, oh, wow, what happened here? So I assure you that everyone at this table feels the same way. And, we're hearing what the residents are saying, and we're trying to be more open and have people come out to be part of the process.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my question to the presenter. Thank you for your presentation today. So you're in favor of us putting in a full renovation budget for council chambers for next year?
Well, what I'm actually responding to yeah, sure. I mean, what I'm really responding to is what I can see right now, the only serious attempt to alleviate the impact on people in 2023. And that's what's, what I'm really focusing on now. And so to me, I guess the challenge is, and I understand we had a lot of discussions about what you can do and what you can't do, but what can we do? Let's try to find out what we can do, really. That's what, and not that I have the answer, but.
No, I appreciate your presentation, and we certainly hear the public loud and clear. And I agree, Mayor Cisco should be a little bit lower because he's not as tall as he looks on that side of things.
Maybe if it's a shorter mayor, it would be
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer, for your presentation. I will now call on Vicki Lynn Smith to present. Ms. Smith, the lectern is yours.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay, I want to thank everybody for hearing me, Mayor, Council, and all the citizens that take the time to participate. I want to thank you for being here. And I want to speak from the heart. I'm a renter, and I live in a sixplex. And when this came down, our landlord put our building up. Our landlord put our building up for rent, for sale, because, and I don't know for sure that that's the full reason, but I believe that that's the reason that he did. And yes, can I afford 10% or whatever increase they do to the rent? Yes, personally I can. But there's people that live in my building that are on our ODSP and stuff like that, and they've been there for a long time, so their rent's low. They can't afford to move anywhere else. Where are they going to be? You're going to put more people on the street, and that's what really upsets me more than anything, because I can take care of me, but I can't take care of all of them. And I think it's the city's responsibility to take care of all those people. And that's what I have to say. And one more thing I just want to say is that respect goes both ways. And when councillors are coming up to people and calling them saying, oh, you must be a conservative, or you must be this, or you must be that, I'm sorry. Well, aren't we supposed to be nonpartisan? Aren't we supposed to be working together? Does it matter what stripe I wear? It doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Are there any questions for Ms. Smith? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Smith. I'll now call on Diane Simsovic to present. The lectern is yours, Ms. Simsovic.
Mayor Cisco, council members, and fellow residents, good evening. You will be really relieved to know that I'll try to be brief tonight. First, just a couple of things about myself. I am a retired civil servant, and I've had painful experience with budget processes at all levels of government, all levels of Canadian government and international government as well, and I've also been in the private sector with budget responsibility. So I kind of know what this is all about. I also currently teach cost-benefit analysis in Carleton University's School of Public Policy and Administration, and specifically within their postgraduate diploma in public policy and program evaluation. And I've been doing that for the last 7 years. I'm here today to speak in support of the motion put forward by Councillors Kushner and Garcia that seeks to mitigate some of the harm caused to residents of St. Catharines by the decision made by Council to increase the operating budget by more than 13% in a single year. Yes, I know the cumulative was 10.5, but the operating budget, as we've heard, was more than 13%. And that was apparently little regard as to the overall effect on affordability for the taxpayers of this community. Many people before me have spoken far more eloquently than I can on the individual harms that have been caused, but I want to address some larger issues. To me, it's very concerning that budget communications from the beginning appear to have been opaque as to how this 13% operational increase would improve services to taxpayers. Exactly what are we getting for the increase? And indeed, when I look through the budget and I've read it at length, it appears that a lot of the increase has very little to do with service improvement and a lot to do with capturing a one-time windfall for other purposes such as replenishing reserves and increasing existing staff remuneration. I'm not saying those are not important, but I'm saying that they didn't need to be done all at once, rather than on a multi-year schedule. These budget pressures would have existed even if transit had not been uploaded, but I doubt Council would have agreed to a 13% increase if there had not been that budget room. And certainly, none of you would have been able to suggest the increase was only 1%. I respectfully submit that the public assertions from some council member and staff earlier this year that the fiscal room created by uploading transit costs to Niagara Region presented a one-time opportunity to increase the budget appears to have been an error in judgment at best. The final budget itself, which is available online, notes that the region would be assessing a levy to cover these costs. Transit hadn't been discontinued, it had only been shifted to the region. Consequently, I also need to register my opposition to any notion that this proposed tax mitigation fund itself is sufficient response, nor is it sufficient to only offset some of the impacts of tax increases for particular groups, rather than rethinking how the city spends. This isn't to discount the disproportionate impact on certain groups within St. Catharines. Rather, it is to strongly encourage the city to rebase its entire budget, starting with the 2024 budget setting process, examining each item for efficiency and effectiveness. The motion that will be brought forward to Council makes a good step in that direction, and the goal should be to reduce taxes for the year 2024 and beyond. According to the analysis, an analysis done for Zoocasa, which is a real estate website, which looked at the municipal budgets of 35 Ontario municipalities. In 2023, St. Catharines had the 7th highest residential property tax rate and the 2nd highest in Southern Ontario, second only to Windsor. The other 5 were all in Northern Ontario, which has its own specific problems. At the same time, as Don Sawyer alluded to, the 2021 Municipal Democracy Index ranked St. Catharines 28th overall out of 32 municipalities, and dead last in terms of user experience design, which, as Don said, is a measure of how easy a municipality makes civic engagement. I believe we're a growing city. We want to be a growing city. We want to attract new residents and businesses. This is not the way to go about it. We're sending the wrong message. I note that people who feel disrespected, as we did as citizens, may also, in turn, feel empowered to show disrespect. That's not right, but it is a consequence. And if we want to escape the aging population trap that was talked about, we have to attract new people, and to attract new people, we have to be an attractive jurisdiction. I don't know how many people I've talked to who have said, gee, I'd love to buy in St. Catharines, but my God, why are the property taxes so high? So I want to suggest a sustainable way forward. I don't want to just make complaints. I call on the city to implement a fully zero-based budgeting and/or a value-for-money approach that would be transparent, informed by robust citizen engagement, this is really important, and by public consultation at multiple stages, not just once the budget is pretty much set, and formed on a solid foundation of service improvement metrics that are transparent and accessible to the public. I'm not here to dispute the validity of any particular budget item. I don't have that knowledge, but rather to suggest that starting now, we need to do better. Further, I call on the city to provide an annual report to the public starting this year, which outlines the improvements on key and tangible service performance metrics based on municipal best practices. Thank you for allowing me to say my piece.
Do we have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Garcia, followed by Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Sensovic, for your presentation. I just wanted to add, I appreciate your suggestion about zero-based budgeting. I've had experience with it in the private sector, and I know it works well. And as the new chair of the Budget Committee, I will certainly raise that at the Budget Committee to see if we can implement it starting with this next budget cycle. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I agreed with a lot of it, actually. My question, though, like starting on the right foot now, like the motion before us today talks about taking money from reserves to cover operating costs. I'm just wondering, can you comment a little bit about the whether or not that's a good idea?
Given that you have already made the operating expense decisions you've made, and given that part of that increase was to increase reserves, I think that the way forward would be, I do think that it is a reasonable step in the right direction. However, I would encourage council to consider a multi-year plan, and that might be 5 years, that might be 7 years. Everybody is recovering from COVID and trying to figure out how to fix their budgets and fix the holes created in their budget by COVID and by other things. But nobody is trying to make that all up in 1 year or 2 years. So come up with a multi-year plan to replenish reserves. Do it by capturing the lapsed funds at the end of the year and other things. But I do believe that there needs to be some mitigation measure this year.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Simsovic, for your presentation. Can I have a motion to receive all of the delegations? Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. So now we come to the motion, which I'm going to ask staff to put up on the screen. Moving the motion is Councillor Kushner and seconding is Councillor Garcia. Councillor Kushner, do you wish to speak at the beginning or at the end?
I'll speak now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and if we could just, Councillor Garcia, are you going to want to speak at the beginning or at the end? I just want to make sure you're in the queue after Councillor Kushner if you want to speak now. If not, then you can speak whenever. Can we open Councillor Garcia's mic?
Had enough discussion and
Okay.
yeah.
So that's perfect. Just leave yourself in the queue there. So you're now, I've got Councillor Kushner, then Councillor Garcia. If anybody else wants to put themselves into the queue, they can do that at this time. Councillor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did send in an amendment to our motion. Has that been put on the screen?
It's there now. With respect to the communications?
Okay, there should be another part to it, Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair to the councillor, the other portion was related to communications that don't exist. That's what we had discussed earlier.
Okay. What I have is, be it further resolved that an insert be included in the next tax installment, that any cost savings and transfers into the special tax mitigation funds will be used to reduce the 2004, 2005, 2006 tax levy. Okay, that's exactly what I said. Thank you. 2024, 25, 26 tax levy. And furthermore, what you have there. So I did discuss that with you, Mr. Mayor. Is that the correct wording?
So for clarity's sake, just as we're taking a look, this is the next tax installment this one right here, like the one that's indicated, like that's the next time that an insert can be placed in. That's the next, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the next bill, right? So that is the next one.
Okay, so, yeah, so I was looking at the red portion, but there's the black portion too. That was also put in. Okay, the purpose of that amendment, Mr. Mayor, is to give our community a clear signal that we are going to do what we can. And staff has certainly been convincing tonight that the right method is not to give grants, not to give credits, whatever, but the proper method is to reduce the tax levy, because that treats everybody in an equal fashion, and that's the purpose of the two changes that we did send in. And in speaking to the motion, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank you for having very civil meetings with Councillor Garcia and myself. We disagreed, but we are very respectful of one another's position. And I think in a crisis like that, that is very helpful. We've heard tonight, we've heard the speakers have been very eloquent and very knowledgeable, and the advice they've given us is that we have to do things differently. And I was very pleased that Councillor Garcia, as the budget chair, has taken into account that we will be looking at zero-based budgeting, because that means everything starts at point zero, and there has to be a rationalization for all the things we're doing. And to me, that's the only way, given what's happened, that's the only way to resolve the tax increase of 10.5%. And the problem with the 10.5% is not only for this year, but it becomes the base for next year and the year after and the year after. So whenever we have a tax increase in the following years, that tax increase is on a basis of 110%, not 100%. So it's a good way to transfer monies from the electorate to city expenditures. And there's been a lot of research that's been done on political budgets. They happen at the federal and provincial level, and that is during an election year, the tax increases are very small, but the year after they tend to be big. And I know this is very coincidental that because a colleague of mine, we did do a very statistical study, and we concluded that in the province of Ontario, the municipalities don't follow political budgeting. So that's a good sign. So I've thanked you, I've thanked Councillor Garcia, and I also thank staff for making it very clear that the only way, and I'm being repetitive, to help our taxpayers is through the tax bills, not through grants or any other method. And finally, I'd like to thank the speakers for coming and for sharing their thoughts with us, even though after the last meeting, they are very disgruntled. There's an attitude you can't fight City Hall, and I think by coming today, they had a very positive stories for us that yes, you can influence City Hall, and I thank them for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I will echo the thanks to you and to Councillor Garcia. As you said, sometimes we disagree, but our meetings have been very positive, and I appreciate, I know the initial motion that was brought forward at the last meeting has changed slightly, and I appreciate the conversations we were able to have. Without prejudging the outcome of this vote, I hope it's something that we can use to move forward as a council in its entirety, but I will yield the floor back, and Councillor Garcia, you are next.
Thank you. You want to make your amendment first? Sure. Yeah. He has an amendment he wants to make first.
I know I'm going to regret this, but can we open Councillor Harris's mic?
It's a good amendment. We heard from numerous speakers about engagement in the city and engaging during the budget process. Can we make it part of this amendment that the city will come back with a more robust plan on how to engage the citizens during the actual budget planning? Is that friendly? Very friendly? That's good. Okay. That's all I had.
All right, so can we now reopen Councillor Garcia's mic?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So members of the public in attendance and those watching from home and fellow councillors, I'm probably going to be a bit repetitive, but I think it's important. I want to make some comments that I had hoped to make at the last meeting, but of course we did not get to discuss our last motion. First of all, I wanted to also thank the mayor, like Councillor Kushner, for the discussions that we had, which I think were very helpful and certainly polite and as a proper discussion, no arguing, even though we disagreed in certain issues. And I will also say that I also agree that what we're proposing is not enough, but I think as Councillor Kushner tried to say, we have tried now several times and we have lost those votes, so there is only so many times we can beat our heads against the wall, so we're trying to do something that we can do. So I am so pleased that the residents who wanted to speak tonight were able to, and I believe that, as the mayor said earlier, that the people of St. Catharines have spoken. We have all received numerous emails and phone calls, plus we heard the speakers today. The message is loud and clear. A 10.5% tax increase, the largest in our city's history, is causing severe hardship for many of our residents. Also, may I remind my colleagues that we are all here representing the residents of our city, who are the ones who elected us, and we have an obligation to listen to them. So it is clear, and this is where I'm being repetitive, but it's important to say that this is not just affecting property owners, but also renters, landlords, and as we have heard, business owners, or I know I have heard from business owners as well. It doesn't only affect seniors on fixed incomes, but young people who finally bought a house, for example, and are struggling to make monthly payments, including soaring mortgages. And we have all read about that recent survey that found over 50% of Canadians are within $200 of now being able to meet their monthly obligations. Many in our city could potentially lose their homes or be evicted because of this tax increase. And as we have heard again a couple of times, this tax increase is deemed extraordinary under provincial rules, so it is also likely to lead to much higher increases in rental rates, which are already extremely high. But it didn't need to have happened this way. Back in January, when the operating budget was first discussed, and before, I must say, before I joined the Budget Committee, I pointed out exactly that the real increase in spending was way higher than the 1% or so staff identified because of the transit windfall that was essentially absorbed. So the real increase was more like at least 13%, and I tried to put some of that money into reserves, but unfortunately council didn't support me on that. So instead of a minor to negative increase in spending that we could have had, we approved a budget that committed the full transit windfall to other expenditures, including hiring, as I said earlier, 47 new full-time equivalent employees. I understand fully that we needed to catch up with some of the shortfalls caused by COVID, but we didn't need to do it all at once, as the speaker said. We need to be able to deliver the services our residents need, but we need to strike the right balance because the taxes must be affordable by our taxpayers. I strongly believe we need to do something now to mitigate the hardship on our taxpayers, and this is what we're proposing, withdrawing money from reserves, as the motion says, plus any savings staff can identify, although unfortunately the report that we got did not identify any savings, so I won't try to revisit that. I fully understand, as I think Councillor Ratliff asked, it is normally not prudent to use reserves to address a short-term issue or an operating budget, but this, in my opinion, is a crisis. And if our legal department believes that provincial legislation, as the city solicitor has explained, does not allow us to give such a credit, then we must use this fund that we're creating to ensure increases over the next 3 years are minimal. We are also, of course, asking for a hold on all new hiring over the next 3 years, with any new hires having to be approved by both the Budget Committee and Council. And I will repeat that the appendix to the report from the Director of Finance essentially says that freezing hiring does not constitute reopen the budget, but I don't want to reopen that discussion. So, by the way, finally, my understanding is the town of Lincoln, right here in Niagara, has already approved a hiring freeze. So this is not unique, what we want to do in the future. And again, the Budget Committee and Council can approve if staff can justify the position that is needed, and of course, will be reasonable. So in summary, minimizing any increases in spending, if any, in 2024 to 26 is critical, because as Councillor Kushner just said, they will be on a much higher base after an increase this year that it's very large. Even if we were able to give a credit, it would have been large. And this has a compounding effect. So therefore, as the new chair of the Budget Committee, I strongly urge my colleagues to support our motion unanimously. Thank you.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just wanted to speak to this motion. There's two main things that I wanted to say. First, is just talking a little bit about why it's not prudent to use reserves to pay for operating costs, and that's because those costs don't go away. If you had a business and you use your savings to pay your employees 1 year, the next year, either your income goes up or you go out of business. And so the gap that using reserves creates in the budget doesn't go away. The 1% that we might save, 2% that we might save residents in 2023 will show up again in 2024, 2025. Unless we continue running down reserves. In this case, the two reserves we're looking at, the one is the Civic Fund, and we saw the Civic Fund used today. I think it was used wisely. We saw the Civic Fund used last meeting. Councillor Garcia used the Civic Fund to pay for Terry Fox Run or help support the Terry Fox Run. It's happening in Port Lucie again. A wise way to use it. The Civic Fund, just for those who know, because we're at risk of losing it if we continue relying on this reserve, is used to fund things like Canada Day celebration, Meriton Labor Day parade, Suitcase and Point, Into the Soil, Cicada Fest, and a bunch of those civic holidays, celebrations that I think we all enjoy. So my hope, or I don't know if this is a friendly amendment or maybe just something to consider, is finding a way to, if we're going to use a reserve, finding a way to wean ourselves off that reserve and then refill it. Because if you don't do that, that reserve goes away. And if we want to get rid of the Civic Fund, that's up to council. But I think it's used in a wise way. The other reserve, the Tax Stabilization Fund, this reserve is filled when we have a surplus in our budget, and it's used to pay for unexpected one-time expenses. So we had that explosion in Port Weller, and there's potential of residents want a second access point, and we decide to do that. That's what the Tax Stabilization Fund is for. And so if we don't have an exit strategy for relying on that reserve, our ability to do those types of really important work evaporates. And I think this leads me to the second point. I feel a little bit like we're trying to dress up the poison as the antidote, right? So over COVID, we used reserves to pay, to artificially offset our budget. And that bill came due this year. We could have spread it out, and I think using reserves here, if we have an exit strategy, may be a way of mitigating it. But you know, we're just really doing the same thing we did over COVID, is we're just continuing to pillage reserves to pay for operating costs, and those expenses don't go away. They come back next year, as we discovered this year, right? The other thing I think that is really important to point out to folks, so we talk a lot about the staff hires, but that was about 1.5%, and correct me if I'm wrong, of our new spending, so not the tax increase, of our new spending went to hiring staff. I think 80%, 8.5 million went to filling capital reserves. And this can be this was difficult for me to understand when I joined the budget committee. But these reserves are primarily used to service our infrastructure deficit. So St. Catharines isn't unique. There are older cities like us across Ontario facing massive infrastructure deficit. To help, you know, again, this was something I needed to explain to me, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. But if you think about your car, my car needs its brakes replaced, it needs an oil change, and a few other things, I can't remember right now. But that's my car deficit that I will, as a bill, I'll have to pay one day. Right. The city faces an infrastructure deficit of $659 million. And so that includes your roads, that includes this building, that includes water and sewage. That includes all the things that we rely on for the city to tick, right? Servicing that deficit is what those reserves are for. When you get a leak in your house, if you let that leak continue to drip, it'll come through the ceiling, it'll wreck your electrical, and the bill balloons, right? So if we don't have reserves to service that $659 million infrastructure deficit, the leak comes through. Literally, the leak will come through this roof. This is one of the rooms we're talking about. So, you know, I get it. I'm happy to find ways to mitigate the pressure here, but again, it feels like we're selling the poison and pretending it like it's the antidote. Because we made the decisions we made in January so that we don't have this roof caving in, and so that folks, my kids, don't have to pay that bill. Property taxes are a regressive tax system, and they're not going to be able to take care of that type of infrastructure deficit in cities across Ontario. The only way, I'm frustrated with this as much as I think everyone in this room is frustrated that taxes went up. Municipalities aren't going to be able to deal with this infrastructure deficit. We're going to need progressive tax systems, either progressive taxes that we can use that don't put too much of the burden on our seniors, or the province is going to have to step in and help cities across Ontario pay for the infrastructure that we maintain, and yet we bring in, I think, what is it, $1 on every $10 in taxes. So, yeah, if we could find a way to ensure that we're weaned off these reserves, because if we don't, then it's not a solution at all. It's just another big mess. That would make me happy. And if we can keep in mind that every cut isn't just a percentage or a number, it translates into service loss. So if we can't wean ourselves off the Civic Fund, then we won't be able to have Terry Fox and Port Dalhousie. We won't be able to have the Labor Day Parade. Those are things we won't be able to support financially because we don't have the funds. So, thanks.
Councillor Stevens. Councillor Ratzhoff, I just needed to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this. Just a couple things I'd like to add, though. I have a problem with the part about the new staff. I just don't like that being in this, and I mean, I'll vote in favor as well, but we already have that kind of in place, more or less. The wording's not exactly, but through staff in the CEO's office, I've been told that that's more or less already here, so to add that in there, I just don't like that city's saying, we're not hiring new people for 3 years. That just puts out a bad vibe. You know, God knows what might happen in a year or two when we need a new position, and then it has to go through all this stuff. So just to say that, but and it's already in place. I just don't like that it's there, but you know, I can live with that. Another thing I take a little bit of an objection to is always being told that we got elected and we're here for the people and stuff. I think everybody at this table knows that, so we don't have to be told that all the time. It's actually a little harder being a new councillor and running as an incumbent that usually runs and gets elected fairly easy. So I take objection to always being told that by some of our senior councillors. And other than that, yeah, I agree with what we're doing, and I'll support it. So,
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd just like to cover a couple issues, background causes to why we ended up with excessive tax increase. I do want to preface my comments by saying that I voted against this from the outset, as did Councillor Dodge and my good partner, Councillor Garcia, and voted against it every step of the way. And I make no apologies for that. And trust me, I'm not in here to politic anymore. I gave up on having a career as Prime Minister or Premier many, many decades ago, so I don't have any higher aspirations beyond municipal government. One was, of course, going back to the transfer of public transit to the region. Those of us who question the rationale for sacrificing local control of our Transit Commission were reassured on numerous occasions that this was going to be a cost-neutral exercise to the taxpayer. This has already been proven to be not true. And then to use the financial room, as Mr. McKay mentioned, created by the upload for other purposes is wrong, simply, and stop wrong. The second big cause, and I alluded to this when I was putting some questions to Ted Smith, and that is, and it's one that I think is being swept under the carpet to a certain extent. Bill 23 and the actions of this provincial government are responsible for a third or so of this increase. It used to be that the responsibility for covering new and infill development by real estate developers was that they would pick up their fair share of those costs. That has changed under this government. And the concept, the good concept, that growth pays for growth, that seems to have vanished. So we need to remember those two root causes of it, and particularly what the Doug Ford government has done. We're creatures of the provincial government under our constitutional arrangement. We don't have, it was not 3 levels of government to begin with back in 1867. And so we are subordinate to them, and we are, and I'm not passing the buck. I'm telling these are statistically proven figures that can easily be researched. Okay, so a couple other comments I have. I find it implausible that summer student wages are a substantial financial factor in why we have a 10.5% increase. That, to me, is small potatoes and can't explain it. I also doubt that we want to see vacancies, particularly in frontline workers. No one, I think, around here wants to see that. The fact is 10.5%, as Councillor Garcia and the long-term professor of economics mentioned, creates a compounding effect. So this is a year after year, every year after this year. The base goes up by 10.5, the taxes build up on top of that. So the problem is that we passed the 10.5 to begin with. Yeah, it may be that we're dressing it up now, but maybe we didn't need to inject the poison in the first place. And that's why I will support the best we can do to salvage a difficult situation.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points and comments. With regards to we keep talking about how significant funds can be saved, but I've not heard any suggestion about how we can actually look for new revenue. I think it's fairly, there's a Green Municipal Fund that has billions of dollars in it that gives us an opportunity to retrofit, to provide savings on new buildings, long-term savings. So as a member of the Budget Committee, we go in with an open mind and we go in being willing to make difficult decisions, but it's very difficult. And the number of residents that I've spoken to, one of their biggest questions is, why aren't you looking for new ways to generate revenue? Why aren't you looking at municipal fund, the Green Municipal Fund? Why are we not looking at more grants? Why are we not looking at land sales? Why are we not looking at more public-private partnerships? So I think, that has been the number one question that I've received, along with a great concern about, what are these significant savings or these savings going to do? We know the impact on seniors, but we also have to look and have a responsibility to future generations, to Caleb's kids, to people's grandchildren, to my nephew, to ensure that we are making the proper investments. And if we're only going to talk about cutting, then we're doing a complete disservice to the residents of today and the residents of tomorrow. So I really, the clause where, be it further resolved that in accordance, staff come back with a recommendation on how significant funds can be saved. I mean, can we at least add something, or could we add something about looking for new revenue generation? Like there's no business I know of, and I know quite a few of them as well, like as many of us do, and I don't believe they just say, oh, we're gonna cut. They're always looking for new ways to generate revenue. So I would ask for that. And with regards to the freeze, and I fully support the rest of this motion. I have a very, very difficult time with the freezing of hiring for a 3-year period. We're going into something that is brand new, which is a multi-year budget. So to say we're not going to hire people for 3 years is also somewhat, it doesn't make sense to me, because new positions already come to the Budget Committee. That's part of the budget process. When staff comes to us and says, we need this many people above our current complement, we're already making decisions on that. So I have a really hard time with this particular clause of the motion. And I have to say that I'm also really uncomfortable with the narrative that's been going on, where salaries and staff positions are the place where savings can be found. Because to me, we have a duty to our staff. Our staff are our frontline workers, and they represent the city every single day. And they need to have a safe and healthy working environment. And when you look at the numbers, and this is where I get really, the hiring freeze, as my ward mate said, it's 1.364 million of our budget. 470 of that, 1,000 of that is legislative requirements. I'm not saying, people are talking about, and residents do have a right to complain. They absolutely should be complaining. And I have spent time, a lot of time. I have gone and done a cleanup downtown. I've seen what our crews are having to do. I've spent a day at the Aquatic Center. I know what our Aquatic Center staff is having to do with the vulnerable in the community. They treat them with compassion and care. They go above and beyond to help provide services to our residents. I mean, I watched, I can't remember her name, and I apologize, at the Aquatic Center, and she spends her own time to book staff, or to book lanes for people to swim, to ensure that seniors have the opportunity to use our facilities. I've spent a day with the fire services. I know what they're facing. It's easy to look at the newspaper and say, oh yeah, I understand the opioid crisis, but when you spend time with fire services and you see that we have crews going to the same houses repeatedly, saving lives, students who are incredible. I spent a day at the carousel. They greeted every single person on that carousel with a smile, and they talked to them, and I could go on and on and on, but I think we really have to remember what we say matters, because I've had people come up to me and tell me the increase is all because of staff salaries and you want to hire new people. I have heard that over and over and over again. I went to Ribfest. I couldn't even get my ribs because more people were asking me, why are you hiring more people? We've had staff assaulted. You know, we have people cleaning and doing things that they were never trained for. They've been assaulted. They're cleaning up drug paraphernalia. They're finding members of our community dead. And their lives are changing because of that. So to say that we're going to do a hiring freeze is insulting to our staff. And it is insulting to the community. Because those people who work in our city hall and work at all of our parks, our arenas, everywhere, they are our residents too. And I'm sorry, I support many parts of this, and I'm going to ask that that section be voted on separately, because it seems inconceivable to me that we are telling our city staff that we're going to freeze jobs because we want to save money, and when there's a whole lot of other places that we could go to save dollars, especially $1.364 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. In 2019, was able to attend my first AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and we're fortunate enough we're going to get to attend it next week. I'm looking forward to that as well. But one of the speeches was from the new Premier at the time, where he announced that they would be cutting 14% of municipal funding, but sold it to all the mayors and municipalities that they would have more power to make decisions. And as a result of that, we've now seen up to this year about 14.7% total of cuts from the provincial government to the municipalities. I think it'd be important to include maybe a friendly amendment where we can ask the provincial government as well to stop cutting municipal funding. You look at even the City of Toronto, who's now facing a $1.5 billion shortfall. The fact of the matter is that municipalities are creatures of the province, and we do need that provincial funding. So if there's an amendment that we can add into this, if the movers would accept it as friendly, to also reach out to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and I'm sure he's really busy right now, to assist in perhaps, stop cutting municipal funding. Is that a friendly amendment that we can add into this motion? I believe it's Councillor Kushner who's moving it. So if we could put that to perhaps send correspondence to express our concerns over the consistent cuts to municipalities. Another piece that I'm concerned about is with Bill 23, the municipalities are going to be devastated by the loss of development charges. That's the reality, and the facts here are that, again, the province didn't correspond appropriately with municipalities on just cutting out this significant source of revenue for municipalities. So again, a couple of concerns on that. In regards to the staffing piece, that's a big concern for me, and I've mentioned it earlier. We can't afford to, and this is no shot at our staff. We can't afford to have what happened the last 2 years with this snow removal winter control program happen this year. There's no way 3-4 years in a row that we can continue to take phone calls from residents angry about not having their street plowed properly and in a timely manner. So I'm concerned about, and I won't be supporting the hiring freeze of staff because, again, we have a growing city. And my concern with it is that, and I'm surprised, I guess, the budget chair is okay with the hiring freeze. And the reason I say that is because what happens when we have these staff that leave and positions that need to be filled? We need to continue to hire people to replace these positions. So I will not be supporting that. My other concern is we've heard earlier tonight, based on the Municipal Act, that we can't apply a rebate and a credit. So is this being moved out from the mover, or are we leaving this in just to, again, maybe suggest to residents that, we tried but we can't based on the Municipal Act? Can someone, maybe the mover, can provide context on this?
Can we open Councillor Kushner's mic? Or I'm mover or seconder. Council. Yeah. Councillor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff have clearly indicated, and I think convinced us, that we can't use that to mitigate the tax increase, and therefore that portion can be taken out.
Councillor Garcia, can we open Councillor Garcia's mic?
Sorry, no, I just wanted to add for clarity that the way we drafted the motion specifically covers that, because it says, if provincial legislation does not allow such a credit, that the amount be used to minimize tax increases in the 2024-2026 multi-year budget. So that is specifically covered. Anyway.
Can we open Councillor Townsend's mic again?
Thank you. I guess I'm concerned because it's very misleading to the public to have that on there. And we've openly heard, council's been made aware since June that we cannot provide rebates, we can't provide credits. So I'm trying to, you just want to leave it in there just to continue to pretend that we can offer a credit? I'm just trying to get some context on this, because we've already heard tonight, based on the Municipal Act, based on municipal legislation, that we can't do this. So I'm trying to understand why, again, what we've agreed to take it out. So I guess, is that, we're removing that from this motion?
Okay.
As long as it's been removed. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so and just pause for a second, Councillor Townsend, then let's make sure that this. So then that would be the clause that the cursor is currently over. So I think taking out, I think taking out everything from that staff, start after the be it further resolved. Okay, so highlight from there down to such a credit. Keep going backwards, there we go. So pause for a second. So be it further resolved, the amount be used to minimize tax increases in the 2024-2026 multi-year budget. So I just want to make sure if we're going to be taking something out that Councillor Kushner is comfortable with the portion that's coming out. Because I agree with Councillor Williams, and I think he's correct. Councillor Kushner had agreed to make a change, but I don't want us to change something if the mover's not comfortable with it.
Is that the right part to be changed? Because as Councillor Garcia has stated that we already indicated that if the grants, et cetera, were not feasible, then we would move to...
That's the part that Councillor Townsend was asking for.
Right.
Okay, so then, we can strike through that, not resolved, that needs to stay. Okay.
Thank you. And I'm in favor of the rest of the motion. Obviously, we've heard the public loud and clear that, you know, moving into future budget years, we need to be aware of what the region's budget increase is going to be. And I'm already hearing, based on their initial deliberations, over 9%. So we need to be prepared for whatever they're going to be bringing to City Council. And then I believe these mitigation funds will be very helpful when it comes to helping to alleviate the pressure from the region. My last and final point here is just to ensure that the bottom, the friendly amendment was added to do the provincial outreach to the municipal Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Perfect. Thank you.
Harris.
Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO, there's been a lot of talk about the hiring freeze, and can you explain exactly what a new hire is as compared to a replacement or someone that's retired and we have to fill that position?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. If we have an existing complement of staff, so anytime an employee either retires, leaves the corporation, this is my interpretation, we would continue to fill those positions. Any new hire is anything over and above that. So new positions that have been created to address a certain issue, whether it's to meet demand or something like to that effect, that would increase the complement, would have to come back to the Budget Standing Committee and ultimately council for approval.
Thank you.
Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. Just for clarification, am I to understand that staff right now is kind of reviewing the process and what our hiring practice is going to be and what we need moving forward? Was that part of a...
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Dodge. We are undertaking, starting and anticipating Q4, something that was included in the operating budget as a core service review, which will help us identify with some expertise the services we're involved in, as well as the service levels. It will provide that important framework to make sure that both staff and council have line of sight to what those services and service levels are. I know there's been questions from council and the budget committee regarding, well, what is the listing of our current council approved services and service levels? So there's just a basis to start making those decisions on. We'll be discussing the process involved in that a little bit more in the strategic planning session that council has approved for September in advance of that core service review. The results of the strategic planning session, of course, will help drive that review as well.
Okay, in light of that, perhaps the part of the motion that has to do with that, we could refer that back or hold that off until after we get that information.
So which clause are we talking about? Just that one? So at this stage, we can only defer something if someone who hasn't spoken to the motion makes a deferral motion. I will leave it to council if someone wishes to make a deferral motion. At this point, only councillors Lindell and Phillips have not spoken, so. I can't make a deferral motion. I'm chairing the motion in the meeting. Councillor Dodge, do you have any further comments or questions with respect to the motion? And can we open Councillor Dodge's mic again?
He said that? Oh, sorry. I guess that was really all. I've, spoken with the director earlier today, and, we've had great discussions about things. So, moving forward, we have a lot of work to do, and I look forward to doing that, and I'm hoping for great results.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. Do either of the councillors wish to speak? No? All right, I will speak briefly, and then we can call the roll. I did want to go over a couple of things. I appreciate the clarification with respect to the hiring freeze. I thought that was important, so thank you, Councillor Harris, for asking the question of the CAO. I think it's important. This will be repetitive, but not from this evening. This will be repetitive from budget night back in January. And I think it's important. I said it then, and I want to make sure we go back over it. It's important to understand where this increase came from. For starters, there was only a $1.5 million increase to our base budget, about 1.33%, and that had to do with wage settlements and things of that nature, along with another $200,000 related to inflation. So that was the first $1.5 million. But as you start to look through the list, which was provided on budget night, then you get to, well, about $2.6 million in legislative changes and non-discretionary changes, fees. So money that we really don't have a choice over. Either the province is telling us we have to spend the money, that's about $1.7 million, or we have contracts for software, things like that, which we don't have any choice on, another $900,000. So as I said, about $2.6 million. Then you look at the impact of trying to recover from COVID. And we made some changes here because we did a lot of things very differently during COVID. We took money from reserves, we rapidly and drastically reduced the amount of money we put into our capital program from our operating budget. That's about $3.6 million. And that's $3.6 million that, you know, if we don't make those changes now, the not making the changes and the costs associated with them compound over time, and it gets worse. Not going back to the amounts we put into our capital program and our infrastructure deficit, for instance, means that you're going to be paying more interest because you're debenturing or mortgaging more costs, but you're debenturing at a higher interest rate because, as we all know, interest rates have gone up drastically over the last year. So you're not debenturing at the 1% of a couple years ago, you're debenturing at 5 or 5.5% now. So there's $3.6 million related to that just to try and fix the things that we did during COVID because of the concerns that were raised by the community about people losing their jobs, businesses not being able to have people in, not being able to employ anyone. We did a lot of things. And I know that because I was the budget chair. And we did a lot of things during COVID that we would never have done at another time, but we made decisions based on the circumstances. So that's $3.6 million. Another $2.2 million went into maintaining service levels because the simple truth is a lot of things have changed, and that was what the cost was. We know that the hiring situation, we've heard the description of it tonight, the hiring situation in Ontario is very difficult. It's almost impossible to attract planners, to find inspectors, to be able to work in the community because there's just not enough of them. We've been hearing for years about the skilled trade shortage. This is actually the embodiment of the skilled trade shortage. People haven't gone into the trades, they haven't gone into industry, and so there's nobody coming out deciding they want to be inspectors. And so we have to pay a higher premium to make sure that we're not losing staff in droves and the city can continue to do the things it needs to do. So that was the service level increase. After that, there was $1.4 million going into capital. Again, stewardship of the assets that we have, avoiding putting off needed costs. I talked about the infrastructure deficit a minute ago. The infrastructure deficit in St. Catharines right now, and I think Councillor Townsend said it, we're not different from other municipalities in Southern Ontario, but it's about $690 million. And every dollar we don't put into trying to fund the infrastructure deficit, trying to get us back to even, means more crumbling infrastructure around us. So there was money that had to go into that. We put $1.6 million towards reducing our dependency on reserves. Money that over the course of time, we had just started depending on reserves and spending money out of a piggy bank that eventually was going to disappear and putting that back on the levy where it needed to be. The truth is only about $800,000 went to increases of service levels. So of all that money, only $800,000 went to service level increases. And it should be noted, you know, $500,000 of that was just going to the Meriton Arena because we had brought the operations of the Meriton Arena in-house. And so another $250,000 was going there. Winter control was brought up, and it's important to note an additional $127,000 was put into winter control for this year, very specifically to deal with the issue that Councillor Townsend raised, where we were caught over the last couple of years, we weren't paying for standby charges, because that was something we had cut in the past. And so when we had major snow events and we needed additional trucks on the road, there were no trucks because they were all in other municipalities. Because as a cost-cutting exercise, we had stopped paying for that standby charge. And so we put that back into the budget because we heard from residents that that was an important service level to bring back. The last point that I want to sort of hit on is council initiatives. Because the council initiatives added up to $2.8 million. And those were new things that council decided were important to them, came out of reports that council decided they wanted to see, and those costs amounted to $2.8 million. Now, I raise all of this for one very simple reason. I did mention it back in January. I sort of did that whole speech back in January. And then I did it again in radio interviews. And then I did it again in my State of the City address. I actually got text messages from regional staff, which was great to hear, congratulating me and basically saying, you know, Mr. Mayor, we appreciate the fact that you are owning the fact that you made decisions. You made decisions which were for the betterment of your community, but you didn't try to hide away from them. And I raise that because a number of people have come up today and said that we misrepresented things. And that's not true. I was very clear all the way through this process exactly what we were doing. Now, can I control what individual councillors say? No, I can't. But I can say very clearly, the corporation did not try to hide anything. Ms. Douglas read from a report this evening that very clearly outlined the dollars that were being spent. And we have been very clear and transparent all the way through. I keep reading about this misrepresentation, but it's simply not true. So with that, I will be supporting the motion. And I will, again, thank Councillor Kushner and thank Councillor Garcia, because throughout this process, even when we disagreed 1,000% with one another, we were able to sit down and have a conversation. And I will say, I appreciate the motion that came forward, because while I have always been a believer that using reserve funds to pay for operating costs is not the best use of reserve funds, there are times when it can be understood as to be the best course of action. In this case, I think using some of these reserve funds is the right choice in this case. I will say a number of the clauses that a couple of councillors have taken issue with, I will push back. I will say no. I think it's entirely appropriate for staff to have to present, to council if they want to make FTE increases over the next 3 years. I think that is a realistic step for this council to take. I think that bringing forward gapping savings and siphoning them into a very specific reserve, which was actually part of my motion, so I appreciate the wholesale theft of that clause, but I think that's the right choice. Again, I would encourage council. This is going to be a very difficult budget cycle, and I've been saying that for a number of months. This is going to be a difficult budget cycle. We are going to have to make difficult decisions. We have to make the decisions that are best for the community. There is a balance that has to be reached. I will not disagree with the opinions that have come forward. Many residents have different opinions on this tax year. I heard very different opinions in other conversations from what I heard tonight. I think all of those opinions are valid. I think every resident who comes forward and raises concerns has every right to do that. When we called the recess, went back into the back room, and I think was very complimentary of the people who had spoken, because I think they spoke with passion. I think they spoke from the heart, but I think they also spoke from a point of knowledge, and they were presenting facts. And I will say, I did not take issue with the numbers that were put forward by anybody, because I think the presenters who used those numbers did them in a very trustworthy way. And we have to be able to have those conversations. So I appreciate the people who came and presented tonight, all of them. Because while I may disagree with their ultimate outcome, I don't disagree with their opportunity to come here and do that. I would encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this motion in its entirety. I think it is a positive step forward for the community, and I think it is a good guiding principle as we enter into the 24 to 26 multi-year budget. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
So we did have a request from two councillors to have a separate vote on the clause. It's the top clause on this page, so I'll ask that it be highlighted. So if that still stands, we would vote on that item first.
Is there still a request to? Yes, okay. So we will vote on the highlighted clause first.
Councillor Garcia.
Just want to read. Yes. Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
And Mayor Sisko.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And on the balance?
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Sisko.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to, or back to, I guess, item 10.2. And Councillor McPherson serving on the FCM committees and attending committee and forum meetings. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Phillips. Seconding the motion, I'm going to go with Councillor Townsend on this one. We can take a 2-minute pause. All right, councilors, so we have the motion up on the screen. I think this is incredibly positive. Councillor McPherson has apparently been appointed to the Standing Committee on Municipal Finance, Infrastructure, and Transportation. So perhaps this is an opportunity to go get some of that sweet, sweet FCM money. Did we have a seconder on this? We did, Councillor Townsend. All right, so Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I'd just like to say a few words. Thank you, Chair, through you. I had the opportunity to attend FCM this year with Councillor McPherson. We certainly learned a lot about the Green Municipal Fund, and we also learned about the that program being expanded with even more money over the next 3 years, which I know you're going to be a strong advocate of fighting for funding through FCM, because we want that Green Municipal money. But yeah, Councillor Robin McPherson is a great choice, and congratulations, and Council support this unanimously, or else.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It makes sense. I just had a couple of questions, and I don't know if this one should be to staff, but I know we have always had an AMO rep, but have we had an FCM rep before?
This is the first time in my 13 years, but I will look to the institutional knowledge around the table. Councillor Kushner, have we ever had an FCM rep? Can we open Councillor Kushner's mic?
Trailblazer. Just say no, let's vote.
The answer is no, but the region does have.
Yes, I know the region has had folks at FCM. This will be our first rep. Wonderful.
Okay. My second question was, at the end, we say here that, that council assumes all costs associated with. Do we have any idea what these costs are, or?
I would imagine that they're likely not much different from the costs associated with AMO and our AMO rep, but I'll look to Councillor McPherson.
Most of the meetings are virtual. There are actually several in the next 2 years that are in Ontario, Ottawa, Windsor. The rest are virtual, so I don't actually have to fly anywhere. I would have to attend the FCM conference in Calgary, but I know, that's awful. But that's really the commitment. It's fairly minimal, because most things are virtual.
It is perhaps one of the benefits of having a very large country is it's easier to do things virtually. So, if there are no other questions, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes, Green Municipal Fund money.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, before we go any farther, there is one motion left. It's the Tax Mitigation Fund and impact. I'm going to ask very quickly, can we get a quick motion to extend? We can get through this in minutes. Councillor Harris, Councillor McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I'm going to beg council's indulgence. Can I stay in the chair and just continue so we don't have to switch seats? We can just, wonderful. Can I have a seconder for my motion? Councillor Phillips, wonderful. Okay, so listen, we've already had the big debate. I think this is a continuation of that. A lot of it is very similar. Again, I appreciate the wholesale thievery of one clause. Is there any discussion, or can we move into calling the roll on this? Call the question, all right. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that in one of your versions you had a hiring freeze. That's not in this version.
Be directed to prepare the 2024-26 multi-year budget with the current approved FTE complement with no increase to the current approved complement. It's the same motion I had at the last meeting.
Yeah, okay.
Councilor Garcia?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question to make sure that council understands. You had the whereases about the tax deferral system for seniors that we had discussed at the Budget Committee. This motion is not approving that. That will still go to the Budget Committee and eventual council.
1,000%. This does not approve anything. It's simply used for example purposes. This is not a step towards that. This does nothing towards that. I needed something.
Okay, thank you. So then are we approving anything different than what we just approved?
After you stole a chunk of mine, no, not at all. So let's just get through this one and we can move on.
Okay.
Councilor Townsend?
Just want to vote on the staffing portion of that separate.
We can do that. Let's vote on the staffing piece first. Can we highlight that? All right, call the roll, clerk, on the staffing piece.
Yeah.
That second clause would have to be a part of it as well.
Is that not a reconsideration? You know.
But no, but if councilors want to vote against it, that's fine. The longer we talk about it, the longer it takes to vote against it or for it.
They are different things. Slightly different things.
This one asks for clear business cases and explanation of service impact. That wasn't actually a part of the other one. So, okay, just the highlighted piece.
Councilors, Mayor Cisco.
I want to say something about that first.
Okay, Councilor Stevens.
Because of what Councilor Harris said about the replacing jobs that people quit or retired and everything.
That's not the FTE complement.
No, so the other thing was, because that wasn't clear, I don't think there was enough clarity there. There's also legislated jobs sometimes, and we've had that happen. So that wasn't addressed as part of that thing.
So actually, and I will just say, at the end of the day, City Council can't trump legislation. So it would have to fall outside of any purview. You can't pass a bylaw or anything that violates legislation in the province of Ontario. Mr. Solicitor, am I correct?
That is correct, sure.
Wonderful.
Sorry.
Okay. Now we're going to call the roll on this clause.
Mayor Cisco. Yes. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, to the balance of the motion.
Mayor.
Councillor Dodge?
I'm asking a question. Can I ask a question or not?
I'm going to allow it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was trying to ask a question before.
No,
but-
that's okay.
So when you're talking about, for example, this is a work in progress, right? This
Yes.
hasn't, so we could be looking at,
If council decided not to do the older adult deferral program and just run with the tax mitigation that we kind of just talked about, then that's what happens. The dollars are still in the reserve.
Okay.
It's just if we decide to go down that path through the budget process, then the dollars are available for that.
okay. So we're going to work through this at budget.
Oh,
before
yeah,
I-
this has to go
okay.
through the budget process still.
Okay, then, okay, thank you.
Balance of the motion.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Unanimously. All right, so notices of motion. Councillor Townsend, you are providing notice of motion?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Notice of motion is a motion on the Auditor General's report and the green belt. And it'll be provided to council when I send it through to the Clerk's Department for the next meeting. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any other notices? Seeing none. Item 12 is report request. Councillor Townsend, you have one with respect to fireworks.
Thank you, Chair, through you. It's quite straightforward. It's to have staff report back on the cost of replacing the City of St. Catharines fireworks display shows with drone shows, which is more environmentally friendly. And during this time, as we have declared a climate change emergency, and we all know that the fireworks do cause a lot of challenges for wildlife. So there's lots of impacts that fireworks do have. Municipalities are moving in this direction, so I'm asking staff to come back by, I didn't put a date on it, but I'm going to put Q4 of 2023, which I'm hoping that staff will be able to come back. Q1 2024.
Q1 2024.
Yeah, I think that's more fair.
Is that doable? Okay, well, we're going to work on that.
Thank you.
All right. And then Councillor Harris, you have staff reporting back on a policy for development application fee rebate requests. All right, so I'm going to say this is moved by Townsend, seconded by Harris. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Minutes, we have the minutes of advisory committees. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Kushner, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. No closed session. No motions arising from closed session. Bylaws A to F be read a first time, considered and passed, and signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Councillor Dodge, Councillor Harris, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adjournment. Councillor Kushner, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? I got to hit that gavel so much tonight. Hey.